Okay, I think it's safe to begin. First of all, I'd like to welcome all of you, and I'm really happy that so many of you decided to join. The administrator is telling me that we have a few more people, but we'll just begin without them and hope that they can catch up. First of all, I'd like to welcome you to our project. This project has been going on for several months now. And we've been trying to help people with employment. We've been trying to develop different tools that you can use, that you can develop yourselves. Let me first begin by introducing myself. My name is Bojan Pavlov. I'm from Bulgaria, from Education Nation. That's our organization. I have been a teacher for more than 10 years, I think 12 years now. I've had over 5,500 adult pupils, and it's been a recurring problem that I've seen where people just struggle to find a job and to properly allocate themselves on the job market in general. So that's what we're going to be talking today. You've seen the program, hopefully. It was in the questionnaire when you signed up, and hopefully you've downloaded the handbook as well. But we're going to be talking about that towards the end. For now, we have several really interesting topics for you, and we hope that you find them informational. Uh, I am forgetting something. You have to excuse me. So let's begin. Oh, about questions. I know that you have questions throughout the whole event. However, because there are so many people, you are 73 people at the moment. Because there are so many people, we've decided to limit the ability to use the chat to only a few of us. So if you have questions, you can direct message the admin, Katya, our lovely Katya Arnoldova, who is my colleague, and she will type them out in chat and we can answer them. Now, these are questions that you might have throughout the event. Keep in mind, however, that at the end of the event, we will have a Q&A session, and it will be just an open discussion where we're hoping that there is at least some semblance of organization. So if you have any big questions, make sure to save them for that or things that you would like to discuss. With that being said, welcome and let's begin. So first off, I would like to open up with talking about just education in general. So as a person who's been in education and training for a really long time, I have seen many people confuse education and training. Now, what you see here is, first of all, the logo of our project at the bottom right. It's called HTTP Education. It's not about the hypertext protocol, if you're wondering. It's called Handbook for Training, the Transnational Portal for Education. So we're focusing on ways that you can develop yourselves or that you can get education yourselves. We are co-funded by the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. So first of all, what is education and what is training? So education is a systematic process. So education is the process of facilitating learning and acquiring knowledge, values, habits in a very systematic way. Training, on the other hand, is the act of teaching a person a particular skill, or it can even be a type of behavior. It is important to make the distinction between the two when you're thinking about skill development, as they serve different purposes. They serve different purposes, and we're trying to find out which one is best for you. Now, the current job market is a very aggressive animal, you can say, and we currently find ourselves in a position where people are constantly developing. So you are meeting people that are more and more aggressive in their job and their job hunting, so to say, than before. The market is just so competitive. There are many sectors which are oversaturated. Many blue collar, as they call them, careers are starting to end with uptake in AI. Many bureaucratic positions are decreasing, and you need to develop yourself constantly. The same way that the job market is rapidly changing, you need to have an outlook of lifelong learning, meaning that after you exit your university or your high school, you can't let it stop there. So that's the main point that we're trying to make here. Lifelong learning, additionally, can lead to personal growth because it can open a lot of new horizons. The more you know, the more that you can develop. And additionally, it will open up new doors that you've never even thought about. Uh, the more you expand, the more your knowledge base expands, the more you're touching on the outside of that circle. So, this presentation specifically, my objective is to provide first of all, to provide a fundamental understanding of education and training, to to talk about perspectives from the view of history, to discuss theories and the relevance of online education for adults, and to showcase just a few benefits from online training that you might or might not know. So, history, historical perspectives on education. So, first of all, education systems have been around for a really long time. The first more comprehensive education systems were in ancient Greece, Rome, and China. And we can see a lot of relevance to that by how developed those societies were. Well, we can see that they started, before that, people focused mainly on training. Training meaning passing down skills through generations and teaching your children how to hunt or how to be a trader. These societies, they were the first who decided, okay, let's systemize this bulk of knowledge and try to teach it to everybody. Some of the most notable educators were often the biggest philosophers in history, like Socrates, like Plato, like Confucius. Then we come to medieval Europe. Medieval Europe was the first time in history where we actually established universities. Now, what's the difference between the basic education that you received in ancient Greece or Rome and universities? Well, the biggest difference. Oh, the biggest difference that you can see. Okay, let me actually unpin myself because I feel like that might be more convenient for others. Okay, yeah. So the biggest difference between universities and the ancient schools was the fact that they allowed specialization. Many of the universities were established with religious purposes because those were the medieval ages, and that was what was important. And they were funded by the church as well because it was an incredibly powerful institution and really wealthy. However, the gradation just from basic education, so basic maths or writing, to allowing specialization was a huge leap towards the system that we find ourselves today. So we've seen that we start with the basics, then we continue on with specialization. But how does that hit modern education, or actually let's distinguish between the two: modern and submodern education. Because submodern education would be what you consider classical education. That would be schools, universities, and modern education, for us at least, is the dynamic digital age environment that we live in. So, the submodern education, or the education in the 20th and the 21st century, uh, we've seen significant reforms in the last maybe 30 years. We've seen a complete shift from uh, the big bulk of people going in and just being read the lecture to more one-on-one environment. Well, not one-on-one, but smaller groups of people. We've seen a big shift towards more group work. We've seen a big shift towards something that was not really the case in the past, creating projects and having at least some um, showing at least some willingness to go out of your way and learn something on your own. So just that's facilitated uh, by the accessibility of information that we just have constantly at our fingertips with Google, with the internet. Um, a very big impact on just beginning this system was, of course, the industrial revolution and industrialization in general, just because more people are required. You can say that the education system is a reflexive mechanism to what the job market needs. So, with the higher requirements of the job market, the education system adapted in the 20th and 21st centuries. And now, back to my point again, with the shift in the global markets again towards AI, towards digital technology, we're seeing another shift again where we are required to do more. And we can see this specifically. That was a very big point for us during the COVID times. And I know many of you have very mixed opinions about COVID, but COVID did develop education quite a lot. Seeing that everybody now has digital classrooms, every school has an e-learning platform, and it just allows so much more to be done with the students. So that's the current trend of education. It's developing in a very digital way, and we want you to really focus on that and really pay attention to how it's developing. Okay, so what are the principles of effective education? So, first of all, several core principles that I want to discuss. So that's student-centered learning. This is what we're focusing on as adults specifically, because we just have the drive to do many of the tasks ourselves. That means that if the process revolves around us, that's just more effective. So student-centered learning means putting the student at the center of the learning process, as it's in the name. And mainly it focuses on different techniques to enhance the engagement and participation of the student. So another effective education principle that we have that's been developing is inclusivity. I can tell you specifically in Bulgaria that we've been developing our education process towards inclusivity more and more. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to ensure that everybody has access to education, and it's irrelevant of your background or your ability or disability even. Uh, there are many people who are struggling with education nowadays, specifically students. I won't go into details like dyslexia or other minor conditions, but many students are struggling, and our system is trying to provide more and more support. And yeah, and that's it. We're just trying to create different strategies to create an inclusive learning environment. And finally, we have active learning. So active learning is something really interesting. What's active learning? Active learning is learning through discussions, through projects, through problem solving, through hands-on activities. And we've been seeing a rise in active learning lately, but it's not really taken it's not in a systemic way, meaning that there is no systemic approach towards active learning. There are some attempts to build it into the core systems currently of our education, but it's not really taken hold. However, that's just for formal education. When we go to informal education and training, which is online learning, which is courses, most of the activities that you find will be focused around active learning. Another main topic that we find issues with our students is their motivation and engagement. So there are two different types of motivators. So one motivator that we can have is the external motivator, meaning a teacher coming to us and telling us you need to learn this by tomorrow. So that's great and all if we're kids, if we really have no drive, if we have no agency to do stuff on our own. That's an external motivator. However, once we grow up, once we become adults, and we're talking specifically about adult education here, we need more intrinsic motivators. So we need to really think deeply on what engages us, what motivates us, and how can we help ourselves to stay motivated and stay engaged. And finally, something that's been a very big problem with just classical education is that there is a really, really slow feedback loop. So what's the feedback loop of the classical education? So let's go through a process. I'm studying in 6th grade. I'm learning about animals, and suddenly my entire study for the year devolves into elephants. We're only talking about elephants. I'm really unhappy with this system. And what can I do about it? So I go to a local representative, to a nationally appointed committee, and try to argue that 6th graders should not be studying only about elephants, that they need to study about more things. And then it has to go through parliament, and it has to go through approval. I'm sure that in many countries it's not exactly the same process. But you get my point, that just the feedback loop of the system to get even one small change in is so incredibly slow. Whereas in the modern environment, in online education and training, we have a really quick feedback loop. If you're unhappy with a course, you can instantly talk to the creator of that course, or you can just adjust your needs or find another course that fits you better. So that is a very big guiding principle of the modern principles, or as I said, we need to distinguish between modern and sub-modern education. I'm treating digital education or the new age education training as the modern education, because that's where we're going towards. Okay, so what are some challenges of higher education that we can talk about? So higher education, we're talking about universities here. So the first challenge would be technological and innovation. As we said, there's been a shift in towards e-learning. However, many are still catching up, and there are many universities that still don't practice those principles. They insist on attendance instead of insisting on performance. So that creates some challenges both for the students and for the faculty. There is a digital divide as well, that we can say, which is on the other side of the spectrum, on the push towards technology, which is the division between students with access to technology and those without. We've had many cases in Bulgaria, especially people who just don't have iPads that can go in the classrooms, and they were provided some sort of technological replacement. But during COVID, we saw a lot of people struggling, a lot of young ones. By young people, I mean in their 20s struggling to attend their universities. Another concern that we're not really going to talk too much about uh, is data privacy and security. Um, Again, in higher education, you're signing up specifically with your data. You're asked to provide a lot of information, and many of their databases are not really that secure. They're not really prepared to protect your data. So that's just a consideration in the back of your head. Additional technological problems with universities include their technological infrastructure, which they quite often don't really support. They have just the most basic levels of technological infrastructure, causing problems. And many times universities, as the beacons of classical education, are struggling with incorporating new methods. I'm not saying all of them. There are obviously some incredibly innovative universities that have just adapted to this digital age, to the modern age of education really well. I'm talking about most universities because, let's be honest, those universities are maybe 1 in 20, which means that 1 in 20 university students will be attending them. So that's just 5% of the students. Um, so let's continue with the challenges of higher education. And we're going to go into academic and administrative challenges. I think most of you have dealt with some form of administration here. And because we are, at least from our questionnaire, I saw that most of you are adults, and you know how it works. You know how difficult it is to pass through all the administrative hurdles that you have through enrollment, or even just normal working with heavy, big bureaucratic institutions like universities can be really difficult for people. Additionally, many universities allow you to make different curriculums, and they struggle to find the relevance of their curriculum towards the job market. I'll give you an example. Universities, as we said, feedback loop in universities as well, really slow, meaning that if we have a course, let's say data analysis, their data analysis course will be upgraded once every 10 years. However, let's check out the data analysis market. That's an incredibly aggressive market, meaning that it will need updating at least once a year or even 6 months to keep it relevant in terms of software, in terms of technology, techniques, best practices. So many times the relevance of the curriculum is a big issue for us because we feel like we're uselessly learning things. I can speak from my own experience when I was in university. I had it's 15 years ago now. I had several courses where I just felt that they were so outdated. I didn't feel the need to even pay attention to what was being said. And I'll go back to schools a little bit as well. I was talking with students recently, and they were explaining how they're learning um, C++ in school, which is great. It's again a form of programming, but for programmers, C++, although it's the basis of all of their knowledge, it's one of the most basic languages. 99% of them are not using it. Technology has just grown past it. So several different issues with, again, administrative and academic challenges. Faculty recruiting. Uh, it's very difficult to find teachers for universities. Administrative burden. Unlike an online education platform, you get a you get a lot of administration in a university. Most universities even have their own administrative building that's entirely only administration, or several floors of just pure administration and not classrooms. So it's half of the people in the university are working as administration, half the people are students and teachers. So it's incredibly heavy. Accreditation regulation, of course, is depending on the country, but it's an incredibly complex landscape to navigate. And student retention and graduation rates. That's something that I want to focus on, that student retention and graduation rates are really decreasing, specifically in our parts of the world, meaning Czechia and the Czech Republic and Bulgaria. We see less and less university students in the past several years. We don't know if COVID has contributed to that, but it's possible that it has. We're hoping that in the future we see more people shifting from universities, from the classic education to online education. That's just our priorities as educators, because we believe that it's just more efficient. So now that we've covered just a general base about education, we have an idea of what we're talking about. Let's go into some principles of online learning and online learning environment. So, first of all, we're just talking about andragogy, meaning adult learning, not pedagogy. Pedagogy would be teaching children. So, okay, yeah, I have it here. So, there are very different principles between a pedagogical perspective and an andragogical perspective. First of all, the focus of adult learning is the learner's experience, the self-direction, the readiness to learn. So that's what we're trying to improve in this case. So we want to focus on self-directed learning, meaning we allow the students to take responsibility for their own learning, and we provide opportunities where people can pace their own study in whichever way they feel is appropriate for them. Now, how is that important? This is one of the most important points, mainly because many adults are busy. We have kids, we're working. I have a little one at home. I can tell you that if I have classes every day from 8 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon, I will really struggle to attend all of those classes just because I have other tasks. But if I have a set amount of work that I have to do, that's completely different. I'll be able to do it even at night if I have to. So this is one of the biggest shifts that we have to get used to. That we have to be our own motivator. We have to develop our own pace of studying, and we have to take responsibility. Additionally, the education systems are focusing on experience-based learning. So adult learning, as adults, we already have some experience. So it might not be a lot, or it might not be in that specific area, but any adult can create some sort of analogy when they hear something about, oh, I've done this, I've done that. Yeah, this reminds me of this and this. Excuse me. So in modern education and in adult education, we're focusing on the wealth of personal experience that adults have to use it as a very valuable resource for learning. So we're leveraging it to create a better learning process. That means there are many incorporated discussions, case studies, practical applications, and they allow you to draw on your prior knowledge. Additionally, we have a very big shift in readiness to learn when we're talking about adults, meaning that adults are often more motivated to learn, specifically because when you are young, when you're in your teens, or when you're a child, you are learning something without really seeing why you're learning it. As adults, however, we've been to the real world, meaning the job market. We've had some experience, and we know why we're learning this. And more often than not, I would even argue that 90% of the cases, adults are pushing themselves to join education, and they're not pushed by somebody else. There might be some cases where they're pushed by somebody else, specifically for job requirements and so on. but in most cases we're pushing ourselves to improve ourselves in our job and our personal lives, and that allows us to just align the courses with our immediate needs and goals, and that will allow us also, as we said, experience-based learning, to provide real-world examples to ensure learning outcomes are applicable in what we're doing in our work or our personal life. And I think I mentioned this already, but just in a bit more detail. So problem-centered learning, meaning that we're given tasks instead of text. Well, it can be text. We're given tasks instead of information. Let's put it like this. So that's one of the big advantages, that we can be engaged with the content itself, and we can engage our problem-solving abilities. So yeah, sometimes it can be a bit awkward. Okay, Daniel Petrov, sorry, I missed that question. Let's see. So motivation. Okay, I'm gonna give you a few techniques later on with a different presentation. However, motivation is often very difficult to get in the beginning, but once you have it, it's easy to continue. I don't know if that makes sense. It's hard to begin a process of learning, or any process in general. It's hard to make the decision to jump into it, but it's easy to just keep going once it becomes a habit. So my personal advice would be, what I usually do in these cases is, don't think, just do. In the beginning, until you get the habit, just do what you see. It doesn't matter. It might be the wrong thing. It might be something different. Just do it. Yeah. Oh, that's actually the Nike's logo, I think. Oh, I hope we don't get copyrighted for that. So just do it, and then it will become much easier with time once you get the habit. I hope that answers your question, but we will go into details about motivation later on in the presentations. Okay, so yeah, how awkward it is as an adult to be in the classroom again. I know that many of you have struggled with this process, specifically in some courses that are more oriented towards young people. You go in the classroom and everybody's 18 to 20, and it just can feel a bit awkward. So, here we even have motivation here as one of the points. So how do we overcome some challenges? So this, I feel like I don't need to go into too much detail about this, because specifically throughout COVID, we've had we've dealt with this already. It's technical issues. I bet that most of you who have children have seen at least one time, or at least one YouTube video of the teachers just struggling to turn on their Teams or their Zoom or any other classroom software that they use, and have the class is gone. And of course, the attention is gone, and it's just in shambles. So the first challenge that we need to overcome is to have just the base of technology available, and we need also to be more or less knowledgeable on how to navigate it. Meaning, right now, when you join Jitsi, I bet that you are struck. Well, some of you were struck with a huge screen with panels of all the names of the participants. However, you were quick to discover, I hope that you're not seeing me in a little box and at the edge of your screen. You were quick to discover that you just need to click the layout button, and it puts the speaker as widescreen. So that's just some very basic knowledge. Additionally, access to internet, and just troubleshooting. That's one of the main issues that we need to solve. This is the most basic of things. Time management is another thing. So it can be difficult balancing work, family, or job hunting. For some of you, I saw that some people are in the job market right now hunting for a new position, and that can be very time demanding. So here we're going to talk a bit later about time management skills, how to make a flexible schedule, and how to prioritize tasks and think smart. I'll explain smart a bit later. And also, a personal advice would be get a calendar that you like. Anything. It can be Google software, it can be a written calendar, but get a calendar that you like and just dash some notes on it. It helps immensely. So, maintaining motivation. I said about beginning, but how do you continue? One good technique to continue is using milestones. So you say, okay, I will finish. This course has 17 parts. I will finish part 1 tomorrow, part 2 by Thursday, part 3 by blah blah blah. Now, this might not seem like it's a very difficult thing, but believe me, it makes a huge difference, specifically to learners, because uh, you're basically, every time you get that dopamine hit, every time um, you finish the task, meaning that you feel like you've achieved something. It might not be the whole task. The very big issue is that people aim at the end, and they need to be aiming at climbing the ladder step by step by step, and that creates a lot of motivation. Just over time, you don't feel discouraged, like the work is never going to finish. That's also a good advice for your job as well. So uh, additionally, if you're feeling isolated, I know that many people are struggling with, especially with work from home and online courses. You have a lot of opportunities to reach out. Don't be afraid to reach out to other people. Right now, during this seminar, you have the opportunity at the end to create your own rooms if you want to discuss with different participants. If you want to have discussions, or if you want to discuss things with us, you can host a room with us and we can talk about it. We can I already have your contacts, but you can exchange contacts between each other. And finally, that's more for the educators to develop fair and effective assessment. uh, Now, you as a student, how you can do that is you can note when the assessment is not fair and or effective, or when you believe that it does not reach the necessary conclusions. So if you see assessment that is not what you were expecting or that fits the needs of the course, you can always alert the people making the course, and they will be thankful, believe me, because not many people provide constructive feedback out of the blue. But always try to be constructive, never destructive. Feedback is meant to be constructive. Okay, so learning methods. Now I'm gonna go a bit on a tangent here to just explain several learning methods. We'll focus only on 3. There are many more. So you've probably seen this graph: the multiple intelligences, the verbal linguistic, the uh, visual spatial, the musical, and so on. This graph has been uh, debunked to a to a degree by the fact that in the early 2000s, many psychologists believed that you were really developed in one section of this, so they did testing and everything, and that the rest were struggling. But it's not actually like that. It's a constantly adapting environment inside your mind. And even if you believe that you are currently really good at speaking or listening or mathematics, that can change. So meaning that you are developed in many of these types of intelligences. You're not just limited to one or two where you are like great at and then uh, really bad at the rest. Well, the big issue that psychologists face here is that people started creating self-fulfilling prophecies, meaning that they thought that they were really good at logic, so mathematical intelligence, and they just, because they believed that, they focused only on that and kind of locked themselves out of all other possibilities. And it turned out to not be the case. However, we're going to look at just the VAC model. So the VAC model focuses on visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. So these are three types of learners that, at least in my experience, I found out that people really like to specialize in. And I don't mean that they're great at them. You might be horrible at visual learning, but you enjoy it. So for example, there are people that read books extremely fast, like with 600 words a minute, and there are people that read books really slow with like 60 words per minute. However, does that talk about their enjoyment from reading the book? No, they might be better at this, but they might still enjoy it. So I don't know if I explained it well. Uh, you can be an auditory learner just because you enjoy listening. It might not be that you're great at learning things by heart, but you just enjoy listening, which makes a very big difference in your mind about how many things stick. Okay, so auditory learners. The fact model. Let's get back to the topic. Auditory learners move their lips and read out loud. They talk to themselves, and they are much better at just talking. Uh, so one thing that auditory learners can do, I'll go into techniques later. So visual learners. Visual learners learn best from notes, from written language. They like to write down directions, and they pay much better attention to presentations like we're doing currently. So I'm sorry about the kinesthetic learners, but we're currently doing we're doing an event for the auditory and visual learners. And also, visual learners are better with charts. They have better spatial awareness most of the times, and they can visualize places. And finally, we have the kinesthetic learners, the movement people. Movement people are really good with touch. They're really good with usually interpersonal relationships, which is great. And they want to take notes most of the time. Is just scribbles, just for the sake of movement. Uh, I personally have done some of these techniques, and I'll tell you a secret technique of mine. So kinesthetic learners scan the material first, then focus on the detail. And quite often you'll see many of them use highlighters. That's something that I'm personally very far away from, but I know that many people find it incredibly useful. Okay, so what do we do? As the different types. So as an auditory learner, you repeat new material with a brief explanation of what is coming. Now, this is a personal technique that I've given to several people, and it's really effective, specifically for auditory learners. Read your notes on your cell phone, record yourself reading your notes, and then play it back. We're not used to hearing our own voices, and you probably know this quite well. And our voice, hearing our own voice from the side, from a different perspective, sounds just so weird that our attention is at the absolute maximum while we are listening. So it will be annoying to hear your own voice in the beginning, but your attention will be at its peak. You can conclude with a summary of what has been covered, say it out loud, focus on brainstorming, talking out loud, other auditory activities, verbalize the questions. So this is a technique that many people do. Once they're asked the question, you repeat the question out loud. Obviously, don't do it like really loud because you were just asked the same questions. And try to develop an internal dialogue between yourself and the educators. That's just some techniques. Now, keep in mind, all of this will be published online on the website. This presentation, so you don't need to, take screenshots or write down everything. For visual learners, try to use graphs, chart, illustration, all types of visual aids. Make concept maps, make agendas, and between everything, always leave like half a page for note taking. Try to create a specific symbol for yourself, whether it's a star, a dolphin, or whatever, just to emphasize key points that will stick in your mind better. Just seeing it on the page will stick in your mind better. And I'll give you my secret technique is if you have notes, make the notes in different shapes on the page, because this is visual learning is my type. It's what I enjoy most. Make notes in different shapes. So, for example, I have a very important point that, let's say, talking about visual learners, I need to say that you need to use graphs. So I'll put this in a circle on the top of the page. However, I want to add additionally that visual learners are also great at remembering at note taking, or accept note taking better and enjoy it more. So I'm going to put this in a square on the bottom right of the page. Just putting things in different shapes, the different important points, really orders them inside my brain and makes me remember them much, much easier. So, emphasize key points, create a unique symbol. Supplement textual information with illustrations if you can, and try to envision the topic. Okay, and finally, kinesthetic learners. If you are doing an online course, I know that many people like to get up and just move around a little bit while listening or while watching. You can also watch stuff on your cell phone, meaning if it's a video-based course, you can watch it on your cell phone just while doing something. If it's a task that you're doing, play some music, or just do something with your hands. Find something that you can spread some of that kinesthetic energy towards, and try to visualize complex tasks and transfer information from text to another medium. So meaning copy your information. Don't use copy and paste, but actually rewrite some of the information to another medium, and you will find it much easier to remember the points. They will stick much better. Okay, so this is just a small segue into the learning types that you can have, and now we'll continue with the role of AI. I bet that many people have seen or touched AI in the last couple of years, and it's just been such a huge leap and development in AI that I know that it's even worrying at times about how it's going to end. Hopefully, we're not going to get enslaved. But what can we do with AI in education? How can we get the best benefits? Okay, so AI is not a new thing. So AI tries to simulate human intelligence. However, how does it do that? It's fed a large bunch of data, and it processes that data, and it gives you a result based on that data. So basically, it's just refined data that we're seeing. It might be super complex because once you feed it terabytes upon petabytes of information, it makes some really complex calculations and conclusions. But in the end, it's just machine learning. So machine learning is just put a lot of data inside, analyzes the data, and gives you a result based on the data that it has. So AI is nothing to be afraid of. The biggest leaps I feel like in AI are the natural language process or the language models like ChatGPT, and in robotics, but we're not going to focus on robotics too much. So, how is AI relevant to adult education? Well, AI can really help us with a lot of principles. Now, where we cannot ask AI for specific information, for example, we cannot ask AI, what are the news today? Because it might not answer correctly, because you can see how the base of today is too small for AI to make a comprehensive analysis. Although it will provide an answer, we can ask it, for example, I'm learning English right now and I really want to know how the present simple works. So I can ask it, how does the concept, the present simple tense, how does it work? And it will provide a personalized learning experience, meaning that we're free to adjust how it explains the concepts to us. So that creates a very effective learning method. Additionally, AI obviously helps us automate administrative tasks, and it's being adopted in a lot of places as well. The current trend is, I was actually working on, I can't remember what I was working on. It might have been some web page recently, and I saw that there is an update of the program that I was working on, and I was like, okay, update. You get updates on your cell phone. You get 50 different updates every day. So I just opened it, and a new window popped up. It's like, oh, would you like to use our AI assistant? So we can see that AI it's growing rapidly. It's just being adopted in many places. I bet all of you have had, or at least 99% of you have had at least some experience with it. And I can tell you where, when you try to call someone for support, where it's for your cell phone or for your bills or something, nowadays you're always greeted by an AI assistant. You're, after many attempts, do you get to talk to an actual human. So yeah, so this is just the growth of AI, how it's going to be incorporated in everything in general. That creates a very big opportunity for us to create virtual tutors, meaning that you don't need to pay exorbitant amount of money just to have a private tutor. You will be able to do it automatically and in any way that you feel comfortable with. So, some other benefits of AI: it enhances the engagement and motivation. It provides personalized content. We already said that, and offers real-time feedback, meaning that you can adjust your content to your wishes. Uh, let's continue. Yeah, it's a bit of a childish joke, but to develop computers with intelligence of a 6-year-old, start with one as smart as an adult, and let me teach it stuff. So yeah, any prompt that you just add to the AI, it can adjust your learning experience, whether you want it explained to as a 6-year-old. And also, for those of you who don't know the updog joke, just enjoy Googling that. Okay, next up, we're continuing with AI. I won't spend way too much time in here, so I'll just go through several points real quick. So currently, many institutions are developing algorithms to tailor content to be based on the student themselves. So some of them are Dreambox, Smart Sparrow, and others create custom learning paths, meaning that something that fits your needs specifically. How can I explain it? Let's say you're coming from a job as a programmer, and you look at a programming course. The programming course covers this bulk of information. However, you need only one part. You need only this circle. And you need this circle outside of that as well. So what the AI can do, it can tailor the course better to your specific needs. So coming back, this is similar to the process in medieval Europe when they created universities. We're just allowing ourselves to specialize even further. So we already mentioned intelligent tutoring systems. Mathia is a good one, and Duolingo. Everybody has heard of Duolingo at least once. That green owl. Mm. AI also allows analysis on learner data that can automatically adjust your content, and also because many of these AI-driven courses are handled by an instructor, the instructor can have a real-time idea on what needs to be changed. As we said, the feedback loop is just becoming so quick. And yeah, and at the end, AI can recommend courses. And yeah, Coursera, that's again in our handbook. You can see all of the platforms there. Finally, because we're bashing on classical education so much, I just want to go a little bit into we have a question. Magdalena Svobodova, I hope that I'm pronouncing this correctly. How are you using AI in your job? And we would be able, if I can't speak right in English. Okay. So, specifically in my job as an educator, AI is great for content. Currently, we have just so much content that quite often much of our time as teachers, as lecturers, is wasted on just sifting through everything to find something that is relevant. So for me, specifically, AI shortens that process by a lot. I feed an AI algorithm all of the information, and okay, just saying, I feed the AI algorithm all of the information, and it sifts out what I don't need. So then I just read all the information that's relevant to me. Will it be able to help me if I can't speak right English? For speaking, there are some developments in ChatGPT. I saw that there is a platform currently in ChatGPT 4.0 where you can actually communicate, and it's almost indistinguishable from a real person, and you can ask the AI to be your virtual tutor. But at this point, at least for me, it is a bit creepy, so I'm not using it, but do give it a shot. It's not super cheap. It's maybe $20 a month, I believe, but do give that a try. However, for writing, absolutely. You can absolutely tailor your own English course in writing just through ChatGPT. It will give you all the information. It will explain all the concepts. It will help you. It will correct your assignments. If you ask it, it will give you assignments as well. So try to, if you have the drive, if you have the motivation to study on your own, definitely give AI a try for a language training. Otto Urban, is it fair to use AI for studies? For example, to write me something. Okay. So is it fair? That's a very difficult question that you're posing. I'm not sure would be the answer. I mean, was it fair for the postal services to send emails when emails were discovered or created? Was that fair towards the postman? I guess it's just the natural evolution, and it's a process that won't be stopped. And I'm very saddened to see that uh, many institutions, schools, and universities are trying to counter AI instead of trying to adopt it into their processes. And you've seen this in the news, probably, if you watch the news regularly. Constantly there is some news about AI being used in the classroom, but it's never by the teacher. It's always the students trying to cheat or something like that. And everybody's fighting so hard against AI. where they should be working with it, because this process is not going to stop, believe me. There is no way to stop it now. As they say, the cat is out of the bag. So if you ask me, go ahead, use it, but use it within reason. Make sure that it's supplementing your intelligence and helping you develop, and not replacing your intelligence. I hope that answers your uh, question. So let's get back to bashing classic education systems. So I'm going to talk a tiny little bit about standardization, because we've had a lot of issues in general with standardized testing. Standardized testing has been the bane of my existence. So, standardized testing. So, first of all, what is the purpose of standardization? Standardizations just ensures a consistent level of education across all schools, across all regions. It aims to provide equal opportunities to everybody. So in theory, it just sounds great. It's a concept that was developed in ancient Greece, and it just sounds great. So some practices that you can see in standardized education systems, in standardized testing, are national and state standards. I bet that you have that in Czechia and in other countries as well. We have that in Bulgaria. Uh, so standardized testing, as we said, that's the state assessments. We have the maturity exams. I don't know if you have maturity exams in Czechia. Uh, and a uniform curricula and teaching methods for classes from 1 to 12. So here everything is standardized, and we have a base amount of knowledge that needs to be covered in a specific way. We call it DOI, the government educational requirements. Historically, uh, standardized testing has taken a very big development in the 20th century, especially during the industrialization era, where there were huge disparities in education. Just some schools were not doing anything, and others uh, were very well developed, and there was a need for accountability between the different schools. So that's why standardized testing was implemented, so that the government can look at the results of a school and say, oh, you did very well in teaching your students, or oh, you did horrible in teaching your students. So currently what we're seeing is that standardized testing is two parts. There are some who are pushing for more standardization and more accountability measures for schools, and more benchmarks for everything on a national level. And there are others who are pushing for less. So I know a few education systems that have completely abolished standardized testing and are considered to be some of the best in the world. Norway and Japan are two that come just off the top of my head. Especially for young kids, there is no testing. They are allowed to do activities and they're not graded on them. So that's a very different system. And I even struggle to imagine the education process for young children without standardized testing, but it's considered to be one of the most effective systems in the world. So who cares about standardized testing? Well, the government and the educational policymakers. That's the people who are in charge of those systems. They are the ones who care about standardized testing. However, there are many negative impacts on standardized testing. So I've added a little comic here. As you can see, the test is to climb the tree between the elephant, the fish, the monkey, and the wolf and other animals. So quite often you are asked to do things that you don't really need and you are not really good at. So making your learning process not one of learning but one of memorization. There is a very funny picture that I saw a while ago. Like filling a bucket is throughout the whole semester what you're learning, and then after the test, throw the bucket away because you don't need it anymore. So that's more or less time wasted. Um, and it also, memorization does not in any way improve your critical thinking. So, another big issue is teaching to the test, meaning that not only students are struggling with standardization, meaning that teachers are struggling with standardization. So, teachers are quite often graded on how well their students do on a test, meaning that that creates an incentive for the teacher to focus specifically on the content that will be tested and completely ignoring the broader perspective. And again, harming critical thinking and focusing memorization for their students. And yeah, just focusing on the narrow curriculum that they are provided. An additional negative downside for standardization would be the stress and anxiety. So, you are, in many cases, especially for young adults, you are betting in university, you're betting your life on this. So you're betting your life on this test. So the stakes are extremely high. So you develop extreme anxiety about your results and huge fear, causing completely unnecessary stress on yourself, and also can cause um, a memory hard coding to um, that will stick with you for a long time, where you will just stress before any sort of assessment really hard. That's the fear of failure that you're developing, basically. Um, Additionally, through standardization, we are neglecting um, the individual learning needs of the students. Standardization, it may not address the diverse needs and styles of all students. We passed through a few of those already, and I feel like you have some broad perspective of how difficult it would be to accommodate all of those learning styles and methods that we've talked about already in a standardized environment. Um, Additionally, standardized testing also provides a pace. It sets a pace for you instead of allowing you the agency to set the pace yourself. And something that I have to say finally, it impacts the teacher's morale. I can tell you straight up that uh, standardization sometimes has killed all creativity that I might have had about ideas. I have an idea about creative writing, about doing this and this and this. However, that's something that will not assist in any standardized test. So, I just can't add it in a curriculum because people care about the test more than they care about the knowledge. Um, so, in terms of let me see, in terms of several other points that I want to make, uh, standardization is also bad for, as we said, different students have different priorities and have different things they're interested in. So it's creating a gap between students, and many times equal that can equal a cultural bias as well, uh, because they are, if let's say we are several people, all of us are from the same cultural group, and one of us doesn't do well in standardized testing, everybody will be like, haha, he didn't do well. However, if we are five people from one cultural group and one person from a different cultural group and he doesn't do well, we are not going to blame him, we're going to blame that cultural group creating wrong cultural biases in many young people's minds. So that's also an additional harm that standardized testing is causing. Uh, Additionally, many people, speaking of cultural biases, many people from disadvantaged backgrounds might not have access uh, to the same technology. Even as we saw during COVID, I think I explained that already. Didn't have iPads, meaning that their learning process was severely impaired. So they would do worse. What uh, what what feedback do you get from that? The only feedback that I see is that standardization is not helping. So uh, standardization aims for equality. One thing that you need to keep in mind. It does not aim for equity, meaning everybody needs to achieve a grade 5 or a grade 6, but that does not mean that everybody's put in the same amount of effort, because in mathematics I'm very good with mathematics. For me, grade 5 would be super easy. For somebody who is very spatially oriented, somebody who is great at art, it would be really difficult. So it aims to achieve equality but not equity, and that's just many times that creates negative outcomes for students. uh, Now let's talk about the school system. I would just mention that standardization forces schools and universities to allocate their resources disproportionately, a huge amount of them, towards improving their test scores. They don't care about knowledge. So I gave that example earlier. When I was in university, many courses were outdated and useless. However, they were on the test, as they say. We said teaching on the test, as students as teachers do. Um, and obviously that impacts us, and I'm really glad that you guys are here, and all of you, not only guys but ladies as well, um, and that all of you have an interest in lifelong learning, because I feel like standardization is slowly killing um, our desire for lifelong learning, meaning that once we finish we get this inner thought that once we finish the test, our mind is closed to learning anymore. And I've seen this in many adults around me. Like, yeah, I finished university, I'm not gonna study anymore. And that kills your desire for um, lifelong learning. So that's more or less everything that I wanted to cover in this first part. And right now oh, let me pin myself again. Right now we have a little bit of extra time, just because I'm speaking so fast. Uh, but let's continue. Let's not take breaks for now, and we can take a break for coffee later on. Right now, I want to present my dear friend and colleague from Czechia, Radek Smolka, and he will introduce himself. Hopefully. Between the presentation, if we can have actually just 1 minute, and then we shall continue. Okay. Okay, we're back, and I'm happy to introduce Mr. Radek Smoka now officially. And actually, can you please introduce yourself? You are muted.
Yes. Hello, every opportunity to speak to. I hope everything is working. Yes. My name is Rex Smolka, and I'm from the Czech Republic. I'm a president of Czech Youth Association. And in the field of education, I'm working already for more than 7 years in different spheres, especially connected to youth education, but as well as a PhD student and lecturer, I was working with older generation as well. So I would say I have some insights to the topic, and it's my pleasure to be part of the program and part of the whole project. Everything works great, super. And part of the project, which we had a chance with our Bulgarian partner to implement. And now we are coming here to share our knowledge and the things we found out. And at the end, obviously, as Ben already mentioned, we will present the handbook, which is basically the main part of the project all. So I believe there is, yes, I'm sharing the since my computer is not the newest one. Yes. So I will be talking about accessibility of online education. Speaking about the accessibility, under the word accessibility, we can see many different things, or many different things can appear if we would brainstorm on this topic. So what it basically means, or what is the definition, even though I'm not a biggest fan of definition and standardization, but the definition of accessibility is that it ensures that all students, including with disabilities, can use educational resources. Well, here we are not talking just about the disabilities. Again, if you would think of disability, you may think of people on a wheelchair, you may think of person with sight problem and so on. No, we are here talking about different types of obstacles which those people, in our case, young adults and adults, have to overcome. Those as well, just physical, those might be psychological as well. Those might be social economical. Those might be connected to any type of their background they are coming. It can be. And once again, is a thing which barriers them. The accessibility is overcoming the barriers which are standing in between the person, let's call it a student, and the working learning process. Yes, what are let's present some basic barriers to accessibility. So, and we are talking all the time about online learning. So the first one is lack of awareness and training. The lack of awareness is, in my view, the most important thing which we are facing, and basically the easiest to overcome, but still we are seeing the problem. Because what can you imagine under lack of awareness? You can imagine that you have a person which is not facing really barriers, but who just does not know about the opportunities. Because very often, yes, some online courses are economically very challenging. So then many students believe that all the trainings will be economically challenging. Therefore, they don't even search for opportunity. Yeah? And especially nowadays, we have tons and tons of learning materials from...
Mr. Radek, sorry to interrupt you, but we're seeing just the PowerPoint open and not the slideshow itself. If you are showing the slideshow right now.
Once again?
We are not seeing the slideshow.
You did not see the...
No. It's just we just saw the first slides. I think
And now?
you need to share the slideshow itself when you click share screen.
Okay, let me see. I'm sorry for technical problems.
It's okay. We were talking about technical problems earlier on.
Yes, and here one comes, but... Okay, I will try once again, and just let me know. I will directly go for the... You see the seconds? Yes, now it might work.
Right now it's just black, at least from what I see.
Yes, now I pressed share.
Now we see the PowerPoint again, not the slideshow.
Now?
We can you
Okay, I will try one more thing.
when you are clicking share screen,
I share whole my computer.
click on window and select the PowerPoint slideshow.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's what I have just done, and it was not working.
But did you activate it as a slideshow before that?
Okay, one last try. Now from the beginning. And let's go to here.
Yeah, make it a slideshow first and then share screen.
Now?
Just a second. Now I don't see. It's loading something. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
And you see now the second slide.
Yes, now we can see everything.
Okay, perfect.
Can you just
So,
go over the slides really quickly again, please?
yes, we are just on the third slide. So here are the disabilities, as I have already explained. It's not just about the physical and psychical, but it can be connected to social economical aspects as well. And yes, so talking back about the awareness, as I already mentioned, the main problem is that many people who might even be interested in online learning, who might even have enough time, who might see the reason why to focus on learning different programs, just are not aware that there are many programs which are offering the training and the materials for free. Therefore, we as well, as part of our handbook, we are trying to share, or we will present some of the platforms which are offering free or very low amount trainings and materials and courses where you can later on get certificate, which we believe we will try to, or our goal is to tackle the low awareness about online education. As well, we already found some statistics on these topics, which are as well presented in the handbook, which shows us that in both Bulgaria and the Czech Republic, the level of involvement in online education is below the European Union's level. Therefore, we see that in both countries there is still much of space for improving this level and the involvement of people in online education. Yes, inaccessible digital content. What it can mean. Under this thing, we can understand different barriers. The main one which comes to my mind is language ability. As I already saw in the chat of this meeting, someone was asking about ChatGPT or AI and its connection to people who do not speak English well. Well, not speaking English well might be a slight barrier in different platforms. Therefore, it might be much harder for a person to find exactly the course she would love to choose. Therefore, we believe, and I believe as well, that in future the AI may help us with translations in much faster and much more convenient way than we are used to at the moment. And as well, again, coming back to the handbook, which is presented at the end, all the platforms which we are presenting there is written in which languages you can take part in. So you can see if you need the English language skills to take part in this platform, or it's translated to Bulgarian or Czech language. Then coming to technological challenges, Here, as you could see, even my computer is not the fastest one. And while creating this slide, I was thinking as well, not just to be focused all the time about us in Czech Republic, Bulgaria, or European Union, but if you would think of people living on small island in Philippines, where the internet might be limited, where owning a computer is a big thing, where everyone may have some kind of smartphone, which on the other hand might not be strong enough, its processor might not be good enough and fast enough to run all the materials, especially when we are talking about platforms with audio visual materials, and therefore they may see those challenges. And we don't have to go that far to Asia. We can see it even in both our countries, where even though we don't really think about those people that much every day, there are still families or young adults who are who are basically in financial need, and therefore the level of technologies they are using is on a low level, and they may see this barrier. And the last one is basically connected to the first one. As I said, for many people, online learning, online platforms, and whole online education is connected to platforms which are basically selling their materials, who are providing courses for money, and therefore they understand that, okay, I need this amount of money, which especially if we are talking about platforms connected to universities, especially in USA and Great Britain, might be very significant amount of money, which obviously every material and the course to create takes time, and the time is not for free. But on the other hand, very often those very expensive courses are creating the feeling that online courses and online education might be only for the chosen one, for the well economically gaining ones, but not for everyone. Here, I would definitely stress the role of European Union, which is in all the projects which I was part of, especially talking about Erasmus Plus project. They are promoting the sustainability and free access to the data. So basically, what is their idea? Once they sponsor, as this project, for instance, is the good case. Once they sponsor any project which has output, that output should be freely accessible. Therefore, if you know the web pages where of like a platform for results of European Union projects, you may find very interesting material for free, which are accessible and very often in more than just English. On the other hand, here as well, I see as a problem that European Union cannot promote all those materials well enough, and we are coming back to lack of awareness. But the main point of economical challenges is that many of people saw expensive courses, which then they think that all of the courses might be very financially challenging. Yes, the strategies for improving accessibility. I already started mentioning one before pressing the next slide. Use of accessible platform. As I'm giving all the time, good example is the European Union's platform for sharing results of projects, especially of Erasmus Plus projects, which I'm working a lot, so I have this knowledge. And once you have those platforms where you can get all the information and sometimes even courses for free, then basically you are overcoming the problem with awareness and especially problem with finances. So those platforms are usually either connected to organizations such as European Union, or they are connected sometimes to national governments when, let's say, Ministry of Education is providing some kind of platform. We could see it in many European Union's countries, especially during the COVID times, where they allowed students, or basically the public, to take part in educational platforms for free. Those platforms, some of them still exist, some of them were basically used during the COVID and do not exist anymore. But once we have strong environment of platforms where, let's say, you want to learn something about your local law and you know that you have a possibility to go on this website, go for the course, and let's say in 2 weeks have the basics of, let's say, business law. This is something which is very beneficial, not for you only as a student, but for the whole country itself, which will be shown later on in my following slides. Yes, if we are coming back this time to more towards, let's say, English connected problems, as you could see, for instance, the good example of captioning videos, which might be even life-changing, but like very meaningful, is the platform TEDx, which is providing for vast majority of videos. It's providing at least English transcription, which might be good for people who are not very good in listening in English, but very often as well provides in other languages, including Czech. I'm not sure about Bulgarian since I don't speak the language, but Czech I know it provides. And just this is one of the examples when platform, just by adding subtitles, can be basically accessible to more people for example in Bulgaria, which might
It seems like we had some connection breakdown. Radek, we cannot hear what you're saying. If you can hear us, just know that we cannot hear what you're saying. Oh, he left, okay. Okay, we'll wait for him to come back. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and we shall continue at 4 o'clock. Okay, 19 minutes break. And we'll try to get his issues solved by then.
Okay, so coming to use of accessible platforms, as I was already presenting in the previous slide, the good practice of this is the Erasmus Plus results platform, which is connected obviously into European Union, and where all the projects such as ours is later on uploading the results, which in our case is the handbook. And there you may find tons and tons of materials, educational materials, which you can use for your benefit. As I was mentioning, the main problem here I see is that the platform itself is not very user-friendly, and you may have to dig very deep in to find what you need to find. Therefore, it's not that very accessible. It is accessible, but not in a way we would love to see it. But just to mention a few other platforms, or let's say ways where you could reach another materials. We are talking especially about the national platforms which were created especially during the COVID pandemic. In European Union, we could see many examples of those. Some of them still exist, some of them do not exist anymore. because they were created just for the time period and now they are not being used. In our handbook, you can find several cases from the Czech Republic, which were created during the COVID period and are still on. Therefore, use of accessible platforms, it's basically the main need which you as a learner or student have, to find a platform where you can user-friendly, especially for free or for very low fee, learn the things which you want, then to get the certificate and then use it in your future. I can give an example from the Czech Republic. We have one platform connected to law where you can, for instance, get a certificate from business law. And this platform was created during the COVID, and it's certified by the law faculty of two universities. And once you reach this certificate, not only your value on the labor market improves, but obviously it's beneficial for the country itself, which I have another slide about the benefits of online education for the country where you live. Coming to captioning and transcripting for the videos. Here is a good example of one platform TEDx, which I'm not very sure if we can understand it as an educational platform, but definitely you may find some videos which are very educational and very helpful for your future. And this platform is offering subtitles for vast majority of videos, and not only in English as well, especially for those of you who have problem with listening, but as well in Czech, and I believe in Bulgarian as well. So the material, if you think of it, this material, if it's just in English, would be lost for some students in your countries or some learners. But thanks to the subtitles, which nowadays with use of AI are very easy to create, we can have new educational, or as well in TEDx very often, let's call it motivational material from educated people for people who may have something to give us. And just thanks to this small feature, we are opening the materials to more and more people. So that's basically the main definition of accessibility. And coming to the last one, which is screen reader compatibility. This is already connected more to physical, or to physical disadvantaged people who are having some kind of barrier, especially in seeing. But we have different tools which we can online use to help even people with different disabilities, and I mean physical disabilities, to reach even very close level to ours regarding the accessibility. So that's something especially the European Union is paying big attention, and we are seeing huge progress. And again, when we think of it with dynamics of AI, we will see even faster progress. Coming to the next slide. This slide is more oriented towards people such as teachers, tutors, lecturers, trainers, facilitators, however you name yourself. And in this slide, we are thinking of how to design accessible content, how to create a program or part of program which will be accessible for everyone. Starting with use clear and simple language. Here what we have to think of is that there is no difference in between online and offline delivering the content, because even if you are working online or offline, you have to use clear and simple language. Why? Because you, as a facilitator or trainer, you have to think of who is your audience. And if there is even one person in the audience who is not able to understand you once you are speaking too fast or too detailed English or too complicated English. Or in another case, if you are using your local language, such as English, such as Czech or Bulgarian, and you are using too many Anglicisms, it might be confusing for a person. And then this person is losing the attention and the learning process is not working as it should. But the main point here, or main lesson from this case, is that it's not the problem of the student or the learner. It's problem of you as tutor or lecturer, that you were not paying attention even to those people who are having some kind of problem with the language. Yes. So all the time, it's once you have the possibility to understand who is the audience, which you usually have, it's important to think of what level of English you can use, or what how deep you can go into details. The same might be in some presentation, in especially in law, about Latin. Yeah, if you are presenting some presentation and using too much Latin words, the audience might not understand you. The learning process is not working, and obviously is not accessible. Then we are coming to the second point. This is only for the, or is mostly for the online presentations or online materials. Just using text or providing text is something which was okay maybe tens and tens years back, but nowadays all the materials have to be colorful, have to be informative in a way of showing graphs, showing images, being catchy in a way so the youngsters, young adults or adults are not losing the attention, because we all of us know the situation when you open 600 pages book with small letters, and just opening this book is lowering your motivation, because you know it will be just reading, 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 and there is no design aspect of the text which would give you some kind of motivation. So this is especially for the, this is especially for online presentations and online materials creation. And as you can see, I was trying in this presentation as well to use colors, to use different designs on each slide, which might be for some of you maybe too much, but for some of you it might be eye-catching, and it would keep your attention to the topic. And the last one, again, we are focusing on the people with physical disabilities. And for those, it's not just about the keyboard. It's all about different ways of accessing, giving the access of for people with disabilities. Here we have the technologies which are helping the people with disabilities, as I was presenting before. So there are screen readers, for as well the speech recognition softwares, and adaptive keyboards and mice. The speech recognition software might be useful especially for blind people. Yeah, but there are more and more technologies which we are seeing the progress in last years. The progress is enormous, and we will see, and I believe in future, in it will not take more than 10 years, and the people with any problems connected to their eyes, to their ears, to their speech, they will be on the same starting level as for the people who are not facing this kind of problems. Here I was not following the topic of countries, and I wanted to give you a little bit of overview of how we understand the online education, how is our access, the basically the environment where we do live, and how is it in developing countries. So in EU, obviously, there is established legal framework because, as we very well know, European Union has legal frameworks for basically everything, and European Union is leader for regulations and creating legal environment. So every player in each field has the same rights. So, and obviously in developing countries, we cannot find these legal frameworks since they are very often the legal system in developing countries cannot be really connected to this one we have in our countries. In EU, obviously higher adoption of assistive technologies. Here I'm coming back to the technologies I was speaking slide before. Usually, those technologies either come from Japan, China, Korea, USA, or European Union. So obviously, once the technology comes from the European Union, we are expecting the adoption of these technologies to be faster. And as well, if we would go a little bit to economical topic, since the European Union belongs to to the richest and wealthiest regions in the whole world, the level of our help towards people who are facing any disabilities is on very high level. Therefore, very often even the insurance companies are paying for those technologies, or we have some national system, or if not, there are very often charity organizations who are helping people with disabilities in overcoming their disability in a way to get same access to education. On the other hand, in developing countries, obviously we cannot expect it on that high level. The national programs may exist. In some countries they even may be successful, but as well we are usually talking about charities which are helping people with disabilities to get the same level of availability as the ones who are not facing this kind of trouble. And that's, again, we are talking about the money. In European Union, the help for people who are in need is on high level, since European Union is working as one big social state and is trying to help all of us, to give us the same starting point. And in some ways, I truly believe it's doing a great job. And in developing countries, the level of resources, as we already spoke, is not that high. And as well, we have to still think of internet infrastructure. We are not talking just about not being able to use applications such as here Jitsi or Zoom or Teams, but we are talking about speed of internet which does not allow you even to download a video in some okay time or okay speed. Therefore, those people might see those challenges, which obviously, if you have slow internet, you as a one person cannot do much about it. It's again more connected to national infrastructure. Coming to the next slide, which are benefits of accessibility. Obviously, once you allow, let's see it on people with a sight problem, with eyes problem, for to make the English simpler. Obviously, once you allow them to take part in this process, the enrollment will increase, and obviously you will be developing talents of people who you could not before use for the in this sphere. Yeah. So once you allow the people to overcome their disability, you may find very talented people which you would not expect to find, since they have never had chance to prove their talent, test their talent, or to study this topic. Obviously, especially for the people with disabilities, once you give them the access to the learning materials, once you allow them to be part of the studying process, the feedback will be most probably positive if everything works correctly. And if you are changing them the life from not being able to take part in online education on your platform to the point where they can access it in a way as a person who is not facing any problem, then obviously you can expect the positive feedback. And again, we are coming back for living in European Union, where we have legal standards for basically everything. The accessibility is part of legal structures and legal systems in each European Union's countries. And each country has to focus on offering their inhabitants the same rights. And the right for online education is one of the rights, yes. You cannot, as a part of education, you cannot discriminate anyone in European Union based on his her disabilities. Now, what can we expect in the future in the sphere of accessibility? AI and machine learning will definitely change in a way me personally, I can't even imagine how fast it will be and how even I'm not afraid to call it miracles we can expect from future. I would say in less than 10 years, we will see so fast dynamics in this sphere that will help so many people to reach the learning materials in a way they need it, they expect it in a motivating way, and in a way which will be the most suitable for them, which here we are speaking even about personalized accessibility and what goal it will lead, yeah, or where it will lead us. It will lead us to the situation where all of us will have possibility to expand our talents in the best possible way, which will obviously then lead for all of us for being more creative, more effective, and hopefully and theoretically living basically happier life connected to education and as well your work once you are utilizing your education for if you are using it for career goals. Yeah, VR and AR, especially the AR for people with disabilities, can change many things, but as well the AR can in different topics and different fields, it can absolutely change the whole process of learning. If we would think of, let's say, engineering, and you could touch and see each part of the electric car, it's very different learning experience than just reading on a paper how does electric car look. So this is something that the accessibility will as well most probably accelerate in a fast way and in very positive way. And the last thing is that European Union may be even, let's say, more strict to each member country in order to push the accessibility for everyone to their national systems, which can then, of course, lead for a higher focus of each national state on people who, especially those in need. Yeah. And yes, coming to the conclusion, we are nowadays living in a world which is changing from day to day, especially thanks to the AI. I'm not very sure if we have anyone else than from Czech Republic and Bulgaria, but considering that the vast majority of you are from those two countries, we are living in the European Union, which is giving us great opportunities, which is backing us, let's call it so, with the law systems, with pushing more laws to give us more rights. And we are, most of us have some kind of access to online education. There are several things which we have to overcome, which were presented in the beginning of this presentation. But once we overcome them, I truly believe will manage to utilize the online education in a way which will then give us the expected results, give us especially joy, which is something that not that many people speak while we are talking about learning. But I believe the joy has to be part of the education as well, because what's worse than learning things that you don't want to learn? And I believe in future we are seeing just positive changes. I believe in future we can expect higher focus on online education, and we can expect higher accessibility of online education. Then I'm coming to another subtopic of my presentation, which is value of diploma versus specialized certificates. Here are some kind of definitions. So diploma you usually get from some academic institution. It takes some time, which is usually counted in years. And vast majority of programs we have in Czech Republic, same as in Bulgaria, are focused on one topic or two topics connected to the main program. Such as if you are studying finance, you may expect to learn a bit about stock exchange, you can expect a bit about management, you can expect to learn a bit about national economy, but you cannot really expect much to learn anything about let's say biology. So the diplomas are usually focused on one target, and especially in our sphere, which is ex-communist countries, it's focused in a way so you then find a job in the field which you studied, which obviously, as we know, is not always the case, and especially it's not a case among young people who are trying to find the thing which suits them best. And I believe that's the approach which should be appreciated and motivated to. Continuing with specialized certificates, those might be short term, or in some cases might be even long term. But I have never seen any specialized certificate. Speaking of online certificates, of course, which would take 4 years. There are some which I saw which take around 1.5 year maximum, but usually we can say, very generalizing, the specialized certificates are short, like the time period is shorter than to official diploma, and you can focus on specific skill. Since it's short term, it allows you to focus yourself, let's say, for 2 months just on the business law, even though you are not working in the field, even though you might be working in IT sphere and you think of opening your own business. The special certificate allows you to go and get a certificate from business law, and once you are opening your company, it gives you like higher qualification and you know better what to do. This is just an example. And here what is very important is that it's offered by various institutions, and for sure before choosing the certificate I would suggest you to deeply dig into the company which is offering the certificate, who is standing behind the company, who are the lecturers who prepared the materials, or who you will be seeing in videos on live lessons. Because there are many, especially again in let's call it Eastern European sphere, we see many institutions which are not very reputable, and where taking part in the special certificates to try to get their special certificate will not really give you the result which you are expecting. So definitely before you are taking part in any course, just check who is the institution, what they offer, what's their history. Maybe you can check the reviews online and so on, because you are investing your time, sometimes even your money, and this research or this checkup can save you on investing your time and money in a bad way or in a not so effective way as you could. Speaking about advantages and disadvantages, the main advantage of diploma is that for some professional roles you need a diploma. If you want to be a doctor in Czech Republic, you need to study medicine. You need to have diploma from medicine. You may have thousands of special certificates, but you will never have the possibility to apply for a position of a doctor. What as well I would say is a great example or great part of diplomas, thinking of especially university, you have networking opportunities. The networking opportunities, what does it mean? What I mean by networking opportunities, you are working in smaller teams on projects, you are meeting the same people, same 20, 50, 100 people, depends on your program. You are meeting them every week, you are talking with them, you go out with them, you are basically making new friends. But since all of you are having the same goal, let's say to get diploma in finance, what can you expect from your colleagues to do later on to start a career in finance? And once you are starting the career in finance as well, you might be mutually beneficial for each other, which can be for you, and especially when you are searching for a job, you may ask your friends from university, and they may help you to get the position, let's say in their company. So the networking aspect is very important. We saw the decrease of networking aspect, especially during COVID, where many students were complaining that if you cannot meet your peers, your colleagues, the experience of being a university student is much lower. And of course, starting with the main thing, comprehensive education and critical thinking skills. This is ideally what should university give you. To which extent they succeed, they do succeed in especially in critical thinking. There's a question more for you if you agree with this statement or not. And special certificates, as I said, they are faster. They can be focused on just something very specialized. The costs can be lower. Of course, they can be even for free, as I already mentioned several times. And the time you invest is usually shorter. And what is as well good, even the diploma you can get as part of distance learning, but many of the certificates you can get as part of distance learning. But what is especially in my view the main benefit is the flexibility of online certificates. If we think that AI for broad public started with ChatGPT, which might not be correct statement, but let's take it as a statement, which means 2 years ago. Do you see many many bachelor programs in your countries which would be just focused on AI? In Czech, you cannot really see them. Do you see certificates? Do you see advertisements for online education about the AI? I see tons of it every day. So you see that the providers of online materials, online certificates are more flexible and more adaptable to the market demands. And of course, if you finish one course like AI for business, let's say, then it gives you advantage on labor market. Yes. Now we will be talking about market demand and industry trends. So we are again coming to being specialized, and which is the benefit of the online learning and online certificates, that you can really focus on one specialization, which will help you first of all to get the position, but will as well help you to have the competitive advantage against the other people who are applying for the position. Or for instance, if you want to apply for a higher position among your company, it can be your benefit against your competitors. As well, we can see growing acceptance of certificates by employers, especially the big companies now do understand that if you have focused on some skill and you specialized it, you have a certificate, it really means something. And not just in your skill set, but it's as well proving that if you were working, let's say, in another company, you got there the certificate by yourself, you motivated yourself alone, you are a person who has like will to self-develop. And this is exactly the profile of employee you are searching for. You are searching for a person who is all the time trying to get better and better, because then of course your company can offer them your own learning process. But you can expect from a person who was learning by himself, herself in free time, new things. You can expect that the person will be a fast learner. And the last one are just examples of high demand fields for certifications. Of course, in IT and digital marketing, I would put together. Those are the fields where the demand is very high, and thanks to certificates, there are not that big barriers. And as well nowadays in crafts, where we see that many people, even who are working in offices, are now doing certificates to start their career in crafts, since there is a very high demand. Now, speaking about the right path for each of us. Firstly, we have to understand ourselves what we want to reach, what are our goals. And based on this, we can basically do some first filter of which course for online education we will choose. Second is personal learning preferences. Obviously, if you know that watching videos is making you fall asleep, you are not choosing the program which will be just full of videos and then you will write at the end some test. So your personal learning preferences, which is as well good to test them, obviously. So I really recommend you, if you have never done that, as Bojan was already talking about this, you can do some testing. You can see what is your learning preference, and based on this, you can choose the right program. And as well, balance long-term benefits with immediate needs. Here, I would say that once you are choosing a program which you want to spend your time and sometimes your money to, you need to think of not just how it will change my situation in like once I finish it, but even in longer term. What I mean by that, if you know that you will be now a little bit struggling since you will be learning coding, let's say like in IT, but you know that for a long time it's something which there will be always demand, then you understand that it might be the good choice. On the other hand, if that would mean that for several weeks your life would be ruined, your psychical health would be destroyed, then obviously it's not the thing for you. It's not the pick for you. So the balance is always important. that to make your goals realistic, and you have to as well think about your time. Yeah, you have to think about your family, if you can, or friends, or doing your sports, if you simply can find time to achieve this goal. And the last subpart of my presentations is about addressing common barriers to online learning and career advancement. Yes, we are going now deeper to each of the challenges. The economical challenges is obviously, as I was saying, the cost of tuitions and course materials. Of course, if you have possibility to get a diploma from very respectable institutions such as, I don't know, Oxford, then the investment for to the cost is beneficial even in case you would have to get a loan. Yeah, but very often we want to, by online learning, we want to slightly improve our career or make a career change which will not ruin us financially. So that's something we have to think of. Limited access to internet and technology is something I was already mentioning. And yes, the last part again, you all the time before you do important decision, you have to very deeply analyze how it will affect not only you personally, but all the people which it may affect. Another problem or another barrier might be time, especially if you are working full-time work, you are, let's say, single mother, then to find time to every evening go for 1 or 2 hours to log in for educational program might be close to impossible. So you have to as well understand your timetable, your division of tasks during the day, and based on this you can choose the correct program, because some of the programs you have to be there online, you will be talking with the lecturer. Some of them you may play the video even waiting for a bus, does not matter where and when. And some of them is just materials, which as well you can access whenever you want. So that's something which you have to understand. As well, what is important to understand, especially for students, I know it from my personal experience. If you are a student, you are full of motivation, you want to learn as many things as possible, you want to improve your situation on labor market as fast as possible. And then you are basically learning so many things that your brain is not even ready to collect it all, to understand it all, which means that you might be having worst results at your university. You might be failing exams and so on. Therefore, it's as well important. Even if you feel super motivated, it's once again very important to analyze your time. And the last thing is impact on stress level and mental health, which is basically connected to the thing I was just saying, that if you are having too many obligations, or you are studying something which is consuming all your intellectual energy, then it's impossible, or it's not the right choice to choose online education, which would just deepen your problem. Of course, the solution for the financial problems, there are some scholarship and grants, which of course, all of us, we know scholarships and grants for university degrees, for high school degrees. But we can find already for online education, sometimes those are so-called online MBAs and so on. So you can search for those. What is, if you are already working, what is as well very pleasant is to get to get the programs reimbursed by your employer. And because obviously if the employer invests into you, it means that the employer gets more educated employee and you yourself grow. And as well, we have those low cost and free online courses, which I'm mostly focused. About the task management, very fastly, you have to prioritize what are the important tasks. Maybe you are doing some things in your daily schedule which you don't really have to do, and you can get rid of those. And instead of those, find time for online education. Yeah, there are some like time management tools and techniques. As Bojan already mentioned, I believe to buy yourself a calendar or try to use some calendar app, that's the first step. And of course, you can seek from support from family and friends. And that was all from my presentation. I will now check yes. I see just one question, is it correct?
Yes, there is only one question from what I can see.
Okay, so can these platforms give you accredited certification? Some of those platforms can provide you accredited certification, but you have to always check what's that accreditation, who issued the accreditation. Yeah, if you think of doing, especially with MBAs, online MBAs, it's a big issue in the Czech Republic that some of them have accreditation as educational as an educational certificate, but they are not accredited as master level degree. So you always, if they are providing accreditation, you should always check what kind of accreditation it is.
Okay. Thank you very much, Radek, and we will continue with you a bit later. For now, I would like to welcome Borislav Slavov, who will be here momentarily in maybe a minute. And yes, so just excuse us for a minute, and then we will continue with our guest lecturer, Mr. Borislav Slavov from London.
All right. Hello, everyone. Apologies for the delay. It looks like we had a little bit of technical difficulties, but we're now hopefully all online and working. Thank you for having me here tonight or today. Today is more appropriate. What I'm going to be doing now as part of the bigger conversation is I'll talk you through some of the intricacies of career development. And what I'll do with that is I'll talk a bit of time about what I've seen in the industry. And at the same time, I'll also show some of my experience and talk about how that can be applied into many different areas of self-improvement, development, and exploration for your next potential role. I've prepared a few slides that will help us guide the presentation, but most of this will be focused on me talking through experiences I've seen. There will be a few references on the slides, so please feel free to reach out to me or the facilitators at the end of the conversation to get the links to those. We'll be happy to provide them. And also any best practice content that we have written down, we'll be happy to provide that as well. And then at the end of this section and at the end of the workshop as well, please feel free to reach out to me directly, either through the chat system or both in the offline networking facilitation conversation that we'll be having as well. So with that in mind, thank you for joining the section. My name is Borislav. I will be hosting this part of the exercise, and let's dive in deep into the content. Let me first start by sharing my screen, and you let me know when everything is visible. Right, 1 second. Okay, it should be online now. So I've prepared a few slides to talk about this. So let's first move forward and take a look at what's in scope for today's section. Before we jump into that, a little bit about me and why I'm participating today. So I have about a 12, maybe more than 12 years of global experience in tech and data, as well as in some industry sectors like healthcare, retail, AI, but also FMCG and even telecoms. And I'm a strategy and data analytics leader and consultant. I've been doing that for quite a number of years. And my role within all of these things is to help founders and business owners translate, in a sense, their data and whatever insights they get from their business into clear and articulated actions, which can help them in many cases create material financial improvements for the business, and also operational improvements for their employees, the business processes, and most importantly, their clients. And with all of this in mind, of course, the objective is to help clients do business better. Some of the key companies that I'll be bringing experience from are companies like, IBM Accenture within the consulting space, Amplify Analytics within the data science space, and then within industries, companies like Philips or the National Health System in the UK, basically the government-funded hospitals and healthcare system. And then other companies like British Petroleum, oil and gas, Sky, it's a media and entertainment and telecom business, Heineken, retail and consumer products, and Vodafone, another telecom business. So I've worked with all of these companies in the past in many capacities, and some of the experiences I bring today will be validated by what I have seen while working with them in and out over the past 12 plus years. Right, so hope that gives you guys some certainty that this content will be relevant. And if you have any questions specifically about these companies, feel free to reach out. Let's now talk about the agenda. So there are three subsections for today's lecture. The first one is exploring online resources for professional development. Essentially, these will be questions or places where you can go to develop your career further. Now, I have selected a few critical platforms, but I'll also talk a bit more about other platforms that you can find useful, particularly within the consulting and data space. Then once we talk about platforms for professional development, we'll talk a little bit more about specifically job hunting and how do you start your first job, especially coming out of university and industry, or if you're switching, this is also an excellent way to look into. And then lastly, wrapping all of these two things together, it's to look into what does a classical traditional career development path look like. So I will walk you through the key milestones you can look, or you should look forward as you plan and develop your career, from the very early stages, selecting what to do and getting yourself into an interview, through to the specifics of growing into your role and getting yourself into a position of a director or a business leader, which has oversight over a large scope of business activities, from people to financials to teams and etc. But let's start at the top. Let's start at the first bit, and let's take a look at what are the highlighted resources I will walk you through today. And these are, and by ranking them through the pipeline of career development, it's interviewsby.ai, highly recommended platform for preparing and training for any interviews, both job hunting, but also equally important, internal interviews and internal pitches for promotion and self-promotion. Secondly, we'll be talking about a website called Prep Launch. This is excellent for two things, both prepping for consulting style interviews, the so-called case interview, but also it's excellent for networking with other consultants around the world, and especially broadening your network as a upstart consultant or a business analyst within industry, so that you can meet more people across industry and get a lot of outside-in perspective on what you're doing right and what you're not doing right. And then linked to these two things are some more professional platforms around professional personal development. LinkedIn, of course, we cannot talk about career development without LinkedIn. It's the essential tool for anything related to professional resumes. I'll talk a bit about that. But then also, because LinkedIn has received a lot of concentration, There are alternative platforms out there which do a much better job finding good matches between people and jobs, particularly in the UK, total jobs, but similar platforms exist in the US and all across Europe, France, Germany. This one has a network of local sites that you can visit and that you can start using to find very quick access to new job placements. Right, so with these platforms in mind, I'll focus on these more, but as we go through the conversation, I will give suggestions for some other additional platforms to look into. So bear those in mind, and we will have the resources, the links to them provided afterwards as well. Now let's dive into the agenda and to specifically focus on topic number 1, exploring online resources for professional development. So where do we start with this, right? So if you think at the beginning of your career journey, right, you've just graduated or you've just started searching for a job, you wanna get yourself into a mode of practice. In the sense of professional development, what typically you want to be able to do is develop both skills, but also be able to prepare yourself for any interview you have in mind. Now, I'm going to assume that you already have a view on what skills you want to develop towards. And so with this, I'll focus more around the getting into and out of an interview. But separately, once I talk about these, I'll talk also about the few other suggestions on picking the right skills to deal with. And you may be familiar with these platforms. But let's start with the ones around getting yourself excellent success in the interview. The first platform I highly recommend is called interviewsby.ai. We're now living in a very interesting age with the advancement of technology and large language models and what they can help us do as we grow into our new careers. And one of these excellent applications for this technology is called interviewsby.ai. Essentially what it does is it creates a virtual interviewer, virtual HR recruiter, and virtual HR business partner, which you can practice answering many different questions around your CV, around your experience, and most importantly, around your aspirations with the company or the specific role that you want to apply for. The way it works is that you go there, you sign up, and then what you will do is you will take a prospective job offer or job requirement from any network or website that you see the job listed on, and you plug it into this platform, and then it will generate a virtual HR interviewee for you, and then that person will start asking you a series of typical questions. Questions such as, why are you interested in this job? How does your CV match the requirements of this job? Can you tell me about a specific time or example where you have done something related to the job and how you achieve that? Building on what you've discussed in this seminar as well, thinking about SMART objectives and specific CV requirements on how you answer these questions. This platform will help you hone your answers. It will help you answer your questions with precision and accuracy, but it will also help you pace yourself, practice how well you speak, how quickly you provide the answer, and how complete your answers are. And the best part about it is it works both as text. You can provide your answers in text, or they have an experimental feature now, and it's growing in popularity. You can respond in voice as a recorded voice-based presentation of specific parts of your CV and how they relate to whatever the client needs for the specific job spec. It's a very effective platform, and I've seen a number of my colleagues, junior colleagues, using it to land jobs as they have been going through transitioning from their current career to the next. So I can recommend this one. Separately from this interview practice platform, what I would highly recommend is a company called, or a website called Prep Launch. So I've spent maybe 10 plus years in consulting alone. And as part of that, consulting is very famous for the so-called interview method called a case study, or a case interview, you might have heard. A case interview is essentially an interview where you don't necessarily talk about what you have done in the past, but rather you're given a specific problem of a client or a company, a so-called case, and a timeline, usually 20 minutes, and you're asked to solve, or at least try to organize the solution on how would you go about consulting this client to solve their specific problem. It's a very useful case it's a very useful method for interviewing because it helps show the candidate's skill of problem solving, but it also helps show the candidate's understanding of the business and ability to speak with stakeholders as they go about dealing with a very uncertain environment. A great way to practice these so-called Kent interviews is the website called Prep Launch. And so the way Prep Launch works is you will pair yourself with another professional consultant. You go there, you make an account, you submit your CV, you pick the areas and types of consulting companies you're interested in, as well as your background in terms of skills and abilities. And then what they do is they will pair you with a real-life consultant who is working in industry, companies like Accenture or McKinsey or Bain BCG. These are experienced consultants. And it will assign you 25-minute slots where you can practice cases. And to make matters easier both for yourself and for that consultant, they have a very large library of predefined cases for you to prepare and practice on, but also for then you, the interviewee, and the consultant who is leading that case, to jointly solve together with clearly determined answers, so that you're not put in a position where you're expected to know something specific with whatever the consultant is working on. It's a very fair and balanced exercise. And you go through this exercise for 20 minutes, you try to answer the case, you structure it, you walk your interviewee through your thinking process, draw any diagrams you want. The platform has a good diagramming solution there as well, or use your voice to navigate how the conversation goes. And once you are done with it, the platform then asks the consultant to fill in a form where they provide you feedback. And that feedback form is mandatory. So every interview you go through guarantees to get a response on what you should be doing better. And the thinking here is if you do 10, 20, maybe even 30 of these interviews, you will dramatically improve your case interview solving skills and your general ability to solve cases as a consultant. And once you do that, this will put you in a much better position to then go ahead and land roles within the consulting industry. These are really useful tools to get started with, and I can highly recommend them for anyone looking to get a job in any industry. Even though Prep Launch might, and I mentioned it's a bit more consulting specific, the general case interview and case solving skill set you get from this one is applicable in every single industry, everywhere you can work with. So I highly recommend both of them as an exercise for improving your logical problem solving skills. What I have not mentioned in this section is specialist platforms where you learn specific content. And I'll briefly touch upon that. Essentially, for any role you want to go ahead and try to apply, they will typically be a professional qualification or professional body of knowledge that will be useful to learn through. It's up to you to do the research on that, but some useful platforms to explore where you can get general purpose understanding of what these careers could look like are places like, for anything that's related to online learning, Coursera or Udemy, right? Those will give you a very, very large library of knowledge on what you can be learning. If you want to go more specifically in tech, DataCamp is actually recently has become one of the leaders in tech-based and data science-based education. So if you want to do anything programming or specifically data science, data analytics related, look into DataCamp. Similarly, if you want to do anything related to project management, the PMBOK, the PMP platform, project management professional platform and certification level is an excellent source to get started with. Or if you want to go in with the more modern methods like Agile or Scrum, look into Agile Scrum education. There will be a few like the Agile Society or Kanban.com or Scrum Online or Safe Scaled Agile Framework for Enterprises. These are excellent resources to go into and get yourself a professional certificate. Anything related to other kind of professionally certified industries like construction, oil and gas, professional services, finance, they will all have their own similar type of accreditations. And I highly encourage you to go to look into those and see what kind of development path you need to go through before you can go into applying for jobs. But putting all of that together, once you do get through your professional education, platforms like these ones, Interviews by AI and Prep Launch will help you then transition from the knowledge you've gained into practical experiences for applying to a job. Hope this makes sense. And then based off of this, let's move on to the next section, which is then talking about how do you find the specific jobs you're looking for. And so I'll go back to the same set of platforms and I'll talk you through these two. Essentially, there are really two places in the world where you can find jobs. There is and I'll call them both the generalist and specialist platforms, right? So LinkedIn, apart from being a good social networking platform, and it has a lot of other features for like promoting yourself, what it really excels at is being an excellent job listings website. But it is a generalist platform, right? Every company for every job everywhere will put postings on there. That's one way to go and find out different new positions you can apply for. Separately, there are platforms like Total Jobs. And if you want to go more specifically, the Total Jobs company has a variety of branded specialist platforms like oil and gas jobs, retail jobs, marketing jobs, sales jobs, catering. They'll have a lot around finance jobs, accounting jobs, right? They have versions of their website which are targeted to specific industries or specific job functions that you can take, which then filter out anything else that's not related there. So specialist platforms like Total Jobs or generalist platforms like LinkedIn, these will be your essentially bread and butter platforms where you can go to find out new potential job listings. And paired together with the other two platforms on the left, you should be able to be in a good position to start finding and landing interviews so that you can get yourself visible in front of prospective companies and candidates. I'll talk a little bit about LinkedIn and Total Jobs, how to use them. So these are, I would call them a little bit legacy technologies, legacy platforms. And why do I say legacy? Legacy is a keyword here in terms of how they're designed to work under the hood. The most important thing you need to be aware about these platforms is that when they put job listings on there, those job listings don't automatically help the candidate find what the company is looking for. Instead, they rely heavily on keywords. A job listing might have something around 30, maybe 50 keywords that describe what kind of candidate they're looking for. And it's based off of these keywords that you will need to design your profile so that you can get the right kind of alerts and the right kind of matches. Now, what I see a lot of people typically focusing on is they try to focus the keywords in terms of the job title they're looking for and usually omit aligning keywords about the job's description or the kinds of skills required within the job or maybe the kinds of job responsibilities. And this is a big mistake because the problem with job titles is that they're always very limited in terms of the space and detail they can give a job searcher when they're looking for the right match. But in reality, there are a lot of synonyms and a lot of similar sounding jobs might have completely different job titles. But these companies will limit you in terms of the amount of different job titles you can search for. So instead, you should focus on doing a bit of research on the kinds of keywords you want to find within the specific job listing, the specific responsibilities you want to have, and the descriptions they want to have, and then tag that into your profile so that you can start getting more valuable, more relevant positions and not focus too much on the title itself. This is applicable for both for Total Jobs and for LinkedIn, and especially applicable for LinkedIn, because if you start filtering your job search for the specific keywords you want in your responsibilities, in the description, in the type of company, you will get a much, much, much wider set of responses, which will then help you land an interview and land potentially a job much, much faster. So I hope this explains it. Another thing to be aware of, and this is specifically for LinkedIn, what LinkedIn is very good at is surfacing suggestions for you based on your profile. But for the software, for the platform to work effectively, what you need to do is you need to go into your personal profile and describe who you are and what kind of a person you are and what the skills you have and what kind of jobs are you looking for. And then based off of that, they create a shadow keywords profile for you. And that helps them surface job descriptions that match any kinds of keywords that you have in your profile better. Similarly, in that section, LinkedIn will also have a few suggestions around what kind of companies or what kind of profiles or which kinds of recruiters do I want to be seen to. Make sure that you have this section filled in. And equally important, make sure that the keywords you're looking for recruiters to see you on are the ones that you're actually searching for, because you'll be limited to something like 30 keywords to suggest in your LinkedIn profile, but you might have expertise in 50 or 100 of them. Prioritize the 30 most significant ones that you care about, that are really essential for your job, because otherwise you might get inadequate responses or inadequate suggestions. With that in mind, what I want to do is then take us to the next section, the last section here, and it will try to tie all of this together into how do you go from starting to developing to then growing into your position. So let's flick forward and talk about how to start and grow in your career. So what I've prepared here for you today is a view of a few key milestones, right? And I say milestones in the very broad sense of the definition, right? Milestones mean achievements that you can have as you go and develop your career. They won't necessarily be called exactly the same thing, and they might not necessarily be organized in the exact same way, but these are, from start to finish, the majority of achievements you need to have in a traditional linear career growth path, so that you can go from as upstart to someone managing a large team or portfolio of clients or portfolio of people in a company. The way these work, and I've highlighted them, Benren, is what you want to do. Like your first critical milestone is to figure out, roughly speaking, what is the linear path you want to focus on. And then once you do figure this one out, the next few milestones focus on building the critical skill that permits you to have access to the next milestone. A common misconception here is that once you pick an area you're in, the more technically specialized you go into that area, the more you will grow. But that's actually a misconception. The reality is that there's only so much technical, with some exceptions, of course, because you can go into academia or you can go into like scientific research where depth really is materially useful. But in many other careers, depth is only useful up to a certain point. And I'll talk about that in a bit later. And after you reach that certain point of depth, any additional incremental unit of depth isn't necessarily going to provide you the advancement pace what another more generalist view will. So it is important to be aware of that at the start of your career, that technical depth and sticking within the same position for too long won't actually help you advance. Rather, it's the focus on cross-functional, multidisciplinary skills that will be the unlocking point that helps you move from one position to the next. Right, but now with that in mind, let's start at the beginning of this journey and focus on the first milestone in red, called define growth and career path. So think about this even before you start thinking about what you want to be learning and where you want to be building skills. To advance in a career, you need to focus on something that, one, you're good at, and two, there is a need for it in the market. And that's why I have this as the first milestone, because once you figure out what that match is, you will be able to really then focus on building skills in and around it later. But if you don't have a good view on where you're good at and where there's a need in the market, it might end up being the case that you just drift around. And so to shortcut it, focus on getting these two questions answered. What are you good at, and what is there a need for in the market? And once you have a list of both, and you can do research about it, or for understanding yourself, there's a number of personality tests online. Once you identify both, you then make a matrix of the two and figure out the areas where the two overlap. And with that, you can then tell yourself, shortcut yourself to focus on, hey, here's a gap in the market, or here's a priority area in the market. I'm going to go there and I'm going to succeed. Once you figured out the focus, and the focus will be described in the form of the industry and the type of skill set you want to build. So say, consultant or business analyst, or a financial analyst, or a marketing manager, right? This is marketing manager within the industry. So consultant for pharmacy, marketing manager for FMCG, or finance for retail, or maybe banking, right? Once you figure out this match, you express it in the form of a job title or a skill set and an industry. And then with that, you go ahead and start searching for potential roles. And that brings us on to the next point, which is CV and job application. And in parentheticals, beneath you can see more equals better. I mean that for both things, right? So when you make a CV, you'll definitely have a CV by now, but it's essential for you to start customizing that CV definitely to the industry and job function you're applying for. And if you apply for multiple, you need multiple CVs. But also in some cases, it's useful to adapt the CV to the type of job title and type of requirements and experiences needed within the job description for one specific job, so that you can have a higher match. So a common mistake I see people doing is that they make one CV that is general enough and they use it to apply to 20, 30 different jobs. But actually that puts them at a disadvantage, because the problem is every HR manager who reads a generic CV will have a hard time understanding how does the generic CV of a person fit the specific requirements of the job. And so to shortcut that and to make yourself stand out, the skill you need to develop is how to make your CV answer the specific job requirements in the job spec. A key thing to be aware of here is that the HR person doesn't always know well enough what they're recruiting for. They have generic requirements, but these generic requirements won't mean much to them, because they're not going to be the manager or the business owner who will be dealing with them. And so they end up writing job descriptions that feel more sophisticated and more high-skilled or more deeply required than what they typically say the amount of years experience or the seniority of the title matches. Don't be worried about this. It's a technical quirk of the recruitment process. Focus on customizing your CV to write and say the exact same or very similar answers to the job requirements you have. And once you do get an interview, then try and figure out how much of that job you can actually truly generally deliver for the company. And with that in mind, of course, more equals better. Don't just focus on writing one, but write many, 5, 10, maybe 30 versions of your CV, and maybe 50 to 100 applications, because the more applications you submit, the easier it is for you to land an interview. Similarly, along these lines, once you start thinking about CV and job applications, it's a good time to also think about the case interview practice I mentioned earlier, so Prep Launch. Subscribe to that and use your available time to practice problem-solving skills and problem-solving cases, which will help you get a better understanding of who you are as a person, how you present yourself, and how you can better show off in front of a potential HR or business partner when you get an interview. With that in mind, the same logic applies for interviews. More equals better. The more CVs you apply, the more interviews you go to, the better you will be at convincing potential employers that you're the right match. And hopefully this will land you into a point where you have one or two options that you can decide between when you land your first job. Whatever you decide on should match the initial growth and career path you've identified for yourself, because that's how you know you're going to be moving in the right path. And once you do pick your first job, the next thing is to focus on specific job skills development. And the way you should look at job skills development is the first 6 months, focus on making sure you can do the job you're hired for very well. But then after you've figured that out, your skills development should focus on the next job you need to do. So don't focus on becoming an expert in what you're doing now. Focus on what the next seniority level job looks like and learn the skills for that job. Work with your colleagues, work with your senior colleagues, people in the company who've been there longer, who can coach you on what exactly that looks like and how you can get there. But really focus on figuring out what the person above you in the hierarchy does, how they do it, how they get well at it, and practice doing it. Once you can do these two things, you will then eventually become more and more adept at doing that job. And that will give you an advantage to getting yourself promoted when the time comes. And so with that in mind, think about getting promoted to like a senior analyst or a senior consultant or like a senior business manager, etc. But really the focus here should be to develop skills that are one position higher. Once you get yourself promoted one, or maybe in some industry to be 2 or 3 times, you will eventually reach a point where to do more work, you will need to start managing teams of people. And so to manage teams of people, at one point, you will need to start pushing yourself to go into team leadership or team management roles. This is essential for any role that you want to move towards a director, because the more senior you go, the more likely it is that you need to work with other people, unless, of course, like I mentioned earlier, you become a researcher or a very tightly specialized technical and academic person. But once you focus on learning to manage people, your then next activity should be to focus on understanding the commercials. Commercial means the sales side of the business. How does this business make money? And once you focus on once you understand how this business makes money and how you can influence making money, so winning new deals, signing new contracts, you then need to focus on managing a P&L, profit and loss statement. What that essentially means is that you need to understand, based on the work that needs to be done and the people that do the work, what budget does a certain amount of work need so that specific people can do it, and what conditions and levers do I need to have over these people so that they can do a good enough job. And if I need to shrink the budget or increase the budget, how will that impact the people's ability or the process's ability to do more or less work? With that in mind, once you can really get a good grip of how to manage a P&L and the resulting implications on delivering work out of it, you'll be in a position to then say, okay, I can be a director, because the purpose of a director is to manage a P&L with associated groups of people to deliver some business results. Then, and building off of the logic we've seen so far, preparing for the role ahead, once you have demonstrated the ability to manage a P&L, you will be invited. In many cases, companies tend to push their people to go into director roles because finding competent directors is hard, but finding analysts is easy. The moment you can get competent in P&L management, commercial management, team management, it's very likely you'll be pushed towards a director role to take a more senior position and provide more value for the company. So I hope this makes sense. This is the last slide I wanted to share with everyone. Thinking back, I think the most important thing here is, once you do figure out what you want to do, focus on building the skills for this job. And then once you have those, always keep an eye out for the next position in the line. What are the skills they need and how do I build those? And if you keep doing this for years and years in advance, 10, 15 years, you will eventually grow into the role of director, because you would have collected sufficient enough skills to be able to deliver what the business needs. With that in mind, I want to say thank you for listening. Feel free to come back to me with any questions in the Q&A section and the offline networking discussion. Thank you for that.
Okay, can everybody hear me now? Excellent. So let us continue. We have a few other things that I would like us to step into. We mentioned earlier that we're going to talk about self-development and self-improvement. And that's what I want to focus on right now. Because the day is getting late and I don't want to be taking up your entire evenings, I will try to be more or less faster than before. Let me share my screen. Okay. There we go. Okay. So we're going to talk about self-improvement and discipline in learning. So this is something that many people believe is intrinsic, that some people are just disciplined and others are not. However, it's not the case, in my opinion at least. Having the desire to develop and having the discipline to do it are things that you grow over time. They're not something that you come with. That's why when in the beginning I said, when I was answering a question, what do? You just do. You don't think about it, because that can create a sort of deadlock where you're stuck thinking if you should make a decision and what that decision entails and everything, where you should be just doing and trying out different stuff. So let's start off, first of all, with developing strategies for time management when talking about online courses. So, time management is really important. Now, people constantly joke about deadlines. I added a little comic here about academic deadlines, which I'm all too familiar with from my university days. How the deadline is in the center, and afterwards you get a maybe deadline, then an inevitable extension, and then at the end it's a Hail Mary. But time management is essential. You need to be able to develop your schedule in a way that will allow you to get all the work done. Now, there are many different people and how they treat time management in general, but without having a strategy on how to approach it, it is almost impossible, I would say, to just develop in an online learning environment. You need to be able to distribute that time yourself because, as we talked about before, time management is uh, well, not time management, but the drive, the agency is with the learner, not with the teacher. That's the biggest difference in online education. And of course, if you manage your time correctly, that will give you a nice balance between work, life, and studying. So, one of the biggest issues with online learning, I feel like, is the overflow of content that we have available these days. Just the constant saturation from Facebook's, Instagrams, and everything. We're constantly swarmed with all sorts of content. And that content is distracting. And also, it has negative effects on us. I believe my colleague Radek mentioned that our attention span and everybody's attention span is gradually decreasing. That's why media like YouTube Shorts or TikTok is getting to be so popular because we are just we don't have the attention span to watch a 3-4 hour video. We're Our content has to be limited in 10-second bite sizes so we can and eat it. However, that's not the case for online learning. So we need to learn how to we need to relearn, I would say, because that was the case in the past. Now we need to reacquire that skill on how to be able to maintain our attention for longer periods of time. Additionally, effective time management can lead to better academic performance. That's just it's the logical outcome, but also reduce stress. We brushed up on this, but the more, even if it's hard, no matter if something is easy or hard, if it is expected, it does not cause stress. A teacher I had many years ago told me, if I get a pin and you willingly put your hand in front of me and I tell you I'm going to pin your finger, you're not gonna feel stressed about it. And like in 3 seconds, you're not gonna feel stressed about it. You'll just expect the pin of the finger. But if I tell you somewhere in the next 5 days I will come and pin your finger, you're gonna feel stressed. When is that gonna happen? How is that gonna happen? So knowing what you're doing and when reduces the stress. Even if it's an overwhelming amount of work, it still reduces the stress. That's some good advice for general work-life balance. Now, additionally, with good time management and good discipline, you can build lifelong skills, and these skills will be really beneficial for your professional growth, for your independence, and for your career development. And you will set the foundation for improving even more skills. As we said, the larger that the circle is, the more the outside is touching. Okay, so several strategies that you can do. First of all, creating a study schedule. That's something that you absolutely need. Uh, I did mention some digital calendars like uh, like the Google Calendar. However, you may use even more management-oriented software, like Trello, for example. In many of our projects, we're using Trello because it's a very good software just to tick off tasks. It's basically how it looks like. I'm looking at our board right now, and it's the same. So you have sticky notes, and you post them on a board, and you can just remove each one when it's done. So if you use a software, that will help you. However, many people don't feel comfortable with the software, especially as we spoke before, kinesthetic type learners. They want something that's tangible, that they can touch. So in that case, you can absolutely create a sticky note board. You can absolutely have a calendar on your desk. Just make sure that you have some tool to help you with organization. Many times I find it quite easy to finish a list of tasks, even if I just have them written down in front of me. That kind of removes the decision making from which task to begin with. Just follow the list. Now, while making the list, identify the most important tasks and focus on them first. There are many tactics here, and you can definitely Google some of them, especially the Eisenhower matrix. And it categorizes tasks on a point-based system so that you can know which one is important. I've worked in several places, and I've had both bosses for whom every task was super urgent, and you never finished anything, because the second that you're halfway doing an urgent task, they come and say, okay, you need to do this urgently. And at that point you realize that you need to evaluate your your understanding about how you treat tasks, and which tasks are actually urgent and which tasks are not. Then, just a second. Okay, yeah. Then a very good piece of advice, a very good strategy that I've been doing all my life almost, is to break down tasks. It's very hard to, let's say, read this textbook. That's very hard, right? Because it's a massive amount of work. But it's very easy to finish chapter 1 today. So break down the tasks. That way they're much less daunting. That way you get steady progress, and also you get that, as I said, dopamine hit every time that you finish a task. You feel like you've accomplished something. Okay. Continuing with that, I feel like this is, many people will accept it as a joke, but avoid procrastination. And that's, I don't know what to say. That's just something that we as people like to do. Uh, I always say that I will start avoiding procrastination tomorrow. So just try to have as little procrastinating as possible. Because I know that for 90% of the people, it will be impossible to completely avoid procrastinating, just because it's so much in our nature. And at the end, try to utilize productivity tools. Trello, Asana, Microsoft To-Do List, and just anything that can help you monitor your time. I had a friend actually who had his cell phone set, so every 30 minutes it would beep. And I was really wondering why he was doing that. And he was mainly doing it to monitor his time without looking at the time. So he didn't actually need to look at what time it is. He knew that, okay, I spent 30 minutes doing this. And it's one of the tactics, I would say. It's an original one that I haven't seen before. But yeah, find the tactic that works well for you, would be what I'm getting at. So yeah, back to the little comic. So The next step is developing self-discipline. So first step to developing self-discipline is, what do you develop self-discipline for? So setting goals is a skill really that many people underestimate, because everybody is thinking, oh yeah, I have my goals, whether it's goals in life or goals in uh, education, or goals, career goals. Everybody says, yeah, I have goals, but then when they tell you their goals, you realize that their goals are extremely vague, or uh, what I like to call them LTG, so-called larger than God. Meaning, for example, I just started my own startup. I want to make it a multinational corporation. Okay, but that's not a goal in any way, shape, or form. That's a dream, perhaps. Let's see. Wait, I have a question from Nikov. Do you use specific applications in order to manage your time better? I think I listed a few, but for me specifically, Google Calendar would be the go-to. Google Calendar and Trello, I feel like the combination between the two is just very effective. Also, additionally, I try to avoid most Microsoft softwares just because they're really invasive with constantly asking for personal information, constantly asking for login on things where you really should not need any logging in. I can't come up with an example, but your Windows probably has a lot of places where you really don't need to log in, but it's still asking for a login. Oh, there was a video editing software, and it was asking me to log into my Microsoft account for a video editing software. So I avoid them, but the Google products are more or less okay. They're not as invasive. So yeah, Google Calendar, definitely a great system. Other than that, yeah, Trello to manage tasks and just to make sure that you have a good um, a good list of tasks, and especially break them down in subtasks. So let's get back to goals. Uh, Goals need to be smart. I did mention that earlier. However, what does smart mean? Goals need to be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. So, anytime that you create a goal for yourself or your personal life or your study or just mm, uh, just your future in general, always think smart. So I'll repeat: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound, and with a very big emphasis on the time bound. Many people have goals that are just floating there, and you'll see many very old people who constantly talk about, oh yeah, I had a dream of blah 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 once. And that's the issue. They had the goal of doing something, but they did not have a schedule for it. They did not have steps towards building it. It was just some ephemeral goal floating there in the universe. Next step: break down your goals into daily or weekly or even monthly objectives, especially for long-term goals, and we're going to go into that in a bit. Make sure you have objectives for your week, for your month. Then this is something that I've heard a lot of people say, but I don't fully agree with it, and I feel like many of you would not as well. But the majority of people designate a specific environment to work or study in, and they that way they free themselves of distractions. However, I feel like me as a person who's just been so influenced by that overflow of media, I struggle to keep my attention at a topic without having at least one distraction. That's why I usually have some music playing or television playing, some series that I've watched before, or just something that a little part of my brain is paying attention to. But many people prefer a designated place that's specifically free from distractions. So it's entirely up to you. Let On to the next point: routines. Routines are can we use AI to manage our time? That's a good question, actually. I'm not sure that the AI would be able to accommodate your specific needs, but it's you have my contacts. You can give it a try and let me know how it goes. I'm very curious as well to see if it works. Uh, Good question. I'll check into some artificial intelligence tools for time management. That's really interesting. So routines. I said before, don't think, do. Once you start doing something, you can establish it as a routine. Now, routines are really easy to follow. That's why they're called habits, that we build habits through routines. And even the hardest thing that you feel like, oh, this is such a bother, I don't want to be doing this, is actually quite easy once you do it many times. Once you do it every day, for example, and you're used to it. I will give a really silly example, but I hated washing the dishes for the longest time in my life, up until my 30s. But then once I had a kid, uh, we wash the dishes every evening because you need all the baby stuff. And now, in the beginning, it was a bit bothersome, but now I'm not even paying attention to it. It's just such a part of my daily life that I don't even notice it as something that would otherwise be this big thing that I hated for over 30 years. Mm. Another good piece of advice is self-monitoring and rewarding your progress and assessing your progress. So, as you say, give yourself a pat on the back from time to time. Just check out what you've done so far in this task and make sure to evaluate it to see how much you've actually achieved. Um, Especially, you can set up a reward system for things that you've done, and uh, that will make your tasks a lot easier because you'll be striving towards a reward, and you're generally hacking your own brain by giving yourself positive reinforcement for being disciplined. So those are a few techniques, and here are some challenges. So distractions, as we said, you can force yourself with software to avoid distractions. So you can lock yourself completely on a time basis, or any other way, like through child protection or any other software, through certain hours to have access to certain websites. And that's definitely an option. However, that's not the way that I'm doing it. So, also, something that people underestimate is the need for leisure activities. Make sure to have, I think most experts recommend 10 minutes on every hour. Make sure to have at least a little bit of a break time, giving your brain some time to rearrange all the knowledge. Usually, what I do is during the break, I would relax and just rethink what I've done in the past hour, especially if I'm doing some creative task. If it's a large task and it's of a creative nature, I would just lay back and try to reorganize my mind about what I've done. And many times I find that a lot of ideas pop out just staring into nothingness, just relaxing. And of course, there are deep breathing and stress management techniques that you can also master that really help. I have some uh, I have some experience with meditation, and it varies from person to person, but you can definitely get your mind off things with a little bit of meditation. So How to stay motivated. Connect the coursework, especially for online education, with what you're doing or what you want to do. So, I'm doing this course, so this will specifically help me in this job. That's the difference, as we said, between students and adults, between pedagogical education and adult education, is that you actually see the goal. You're creating the tool to do a job. You're not just trying to create a hammer. You're trying to create a hammer with the means of hitting a nail. So you know the end goal. So try to connect them as much as possible. Of course, stay engaged with peers and seek for support from instructors and classmates. Many times, online courses can be completely solo, meaning that you very rarely or almost never meet other people. But about 50-60% of the time, I say you participate in online classrooms. Try to reach out, even here, even during this event, try to reach out to other people. And usually that helps quite a lot. Also, when we're talking about adult education, you just have to maintain flexibility. So you cannot just take anything as given, especially your pattern and your habits. If you um, if you obsess over your pattern or your habits way too much, they will end up causing you stress. So, for example, you study from 11:30 to 12:30, and if you're 1 minute late, you will start getting stressed. But if you study from around 11:30 to around 10:30 to around 12:30, you'll be fine even if you're just 5 minutes late. So make sure you maintain a bit of flexibility in your schedule. Don't set everything in stone because that will cause you undue stress, and we don't want that. That decreases your mind's capability. Okay, let's focus a bit on SMART goals. So, SMART again: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-based. So make your goal very narrow. That's for specific. Make your goal measurable, meaning how many things are you going to do? How many lectures are you going to pass? Make your goal achievable. Just sit back and think, am I really going to be able to do all this work today? And more often than not, when you split things in minutes, you understand that you are setting unreasonable goals for yourself. And by the way, setting unachievable goals for yourself can be a huge demoralizer for you. I've seen this in many careers where people, especially their upper management, sets goals for them that are completely unreachable. And when I talk to the managers, they say, "Oh yeah, we don't expect them to reach those goals. We expect them to try to reach as much as possible of that goal." The thing is, the employees themselves, every month, they fail to reach that goal because it's not meant to be reached. It's unachievable. And you can see them getting more and more demoralized. So they feel like they are provoking you to get better and so on. But what they're actually doing is that they're denying you that dopamine hit in the back of your brain every time you achieve something. They're denying you achievement. So make sure you don't deny yourself achievements. Uh, Just second, we have another question. What do you think about meditation as an instrument to achieve more? In this case, learn more. I've heard of people just depends on the technique of meditation. There are many different types of meditation. I won't go too deep because it's probably several hours just to talk about that. But you can actually, in your virtual space inside your head, you can rearrange knowledge and materials. I believe it's possible to achieve more or to learn more using meditation, or actually not more, I would say learn better using meditation, to think more critically and to maintain information better. But again, this is such a wide topic that I don't want to get too deeply into it. Okay, so Goals. Let's get back to goals. For SMART, relevant. Keep your goals relevant with your long-term plan. If you don't have a long-term plan, make one. And finally, I said time-based. You need to have a start date and a deadline of any goal. You can find the link to this picture at the bottom. Okay. To write SMART goals, specify what you want to accomplish, how you measure success, and make sure that the goal is relevant. This is the shortest way to explain it. After you make the SMART goal, set continuous reminders to track your goal, and make sure to check on it regularly on, let's say, weekly intervals or monthly intervals to know that you're on the right track. Now, a very good exercise that I want to share with you, specifically that I've been doing for years. I do it once every 2-3 years, so it's not really something that takes way too much of my time, but it's an exercise that I actually find really useful, is a personal development portfolio. So what is a personal development portfolio? So what's the goal, first of all? The goal of a personal development portfolio is to enhance self-awareness of the individual about what the individual wants, what we want, to determine the skill and expertise, and identify gaps that the person might have in their either in their qualifications or in their just tasks or skills that they have acquired, and create appropriate plans to obtain those gaps, to fill them in, whether it's through some career advancement, a job change, or through studies or a course. It entirely depends on the situation. So, additionally, a personal development portfolio is something that you maintain over a large amount of years, and it's you're building up on previous learning. So you see your mistakes. You are trying to see your mistakes, and also something really important, people constantly remind you about the mistakes of the past, but just think about it now, back in the past. How many achievements of the past do you realize? And believe me, seeing your previous achievements can be a huge motivator for anybody that just has long-term goals for themselves. It can keep you going, and it can give you a lot of ideas for the future. So, in general, the PDP requires evaluation, exploration. You need to analyze yourself, and you need to go one step further than simply put a description. This often implies, so this is something that you do for yourself. And why I'm saying this, because most people don't want to share this. They don't want to be honest with themselves if they know that somebody is going to be reading or somebody is going to see it. So try to do it privately, so that you can just, from you to you can admit your errors, you can admit your anxieties, your weaknesses, and combine them with your strengths and your successes. And that's just a very important part of the reflection that you're trying to do during this exercise. So, what is implied in reflection? So, people quite often don't learn from experience, but they how do I explain it? They need to understand what that experience was. So you need to see what happened from a third person perspective. I'm saying third person because that's what I do every time that a task finishes. Even after we finish this event, I'm going to imagine myself sitting here and looking at my experience and what's happened, and I'll try to draw conclusions from that. Now that's reflection. Reflection also implies repetition. Uh, so that means taking several viewpoints and checking the event for many times to understand what's happening. That's critical analysis. Reflection also implies honesty, integrity. You need to be honest with yourself, and not only honest, but you need to be critical of how you're doing, of what you're doing, specifically for the next analysis that we're going to look at. Reflection implies clarity, so that shows that what it means is that you're reviewing your actions with a clear understanding of what's happening. And reflection finally implies understanding, that you understand the insight that you've gained from all of that. And also I would want to add, reflection also implies action. Here that's not in the slide, but reflection implies action. After you've done a full reflection of your actions, you should be able to act upon that reflection to improve yourself. Okay, so this is a very simple reflection model. Describe the experience, describe the feelings, evaluate how the experience affected you, analyze your general view on the experience, positive, negative, and why, get a meaningful outcome, get a meaningful conclusion out of it, and create an action plan. Okay, so excellent. We have an idea of how to do a reflection now, to reflect on ourselves. So let's begin with the personal development portfolio. First of all, what we're going to do actually is, let me see. Okay, so we are going to talk a bit about the previous one. So before we begin doing a personal development portfolio, what we're going to do is we're going to reflect on our past experience. So the personal development portfolio is not something that you do once. It's something that you continuously do over large periods of time. I do it once every 2-3 years and build up on my personal development portfolio. The first time you do it, it will feel kind of empty. The second time it will feel a bit more complete because you will be able to see your previous self. Third time it will be even better, and you can just get a shape of yourself going slowly. Let's see, do we have any questions? No? Okay. So before you begin the personal development portfolio, if this is your first one, try to, this is not in the presentation, but try to just analyze yourself a bit in the past. Who were you in the past? So a few questions that you can add. How many friends did you have? What were you doing? We're talking about 5 years ago. 5 years ago was 2019. Oof. Now that was a year. How many friends did you have? What did you work? What did you study? What did you feel like was your greatest achievement at that time? Try to remember things about yourself and who you were. Who are you as a person? Just try to create some background for yourself before you endeavor to make the basic personal development portfolio. Then we continue with who we are currently. Who we are currently. We're going to use business analysis here. So we're going to do the so-called SWOT or TOLS analysis, and that's strength, opportunities, weaknesses, and threats. So strength and weaknesses, we would categorize them as internal qualities. Opportunities and threats, we would categorize them as external qualities. So strengths can be your academic results, your work experience, your diverse skill set, your time management skills. Your weaknesses can be impatience, shyness, lack of professional experience, lack of management knowledge, or anything else that you consider yourself bad at in general. Opportunities, where can you apply your strengths, would be the opportunity. So for example, I'm really good at playing tennis. It's one of my strengths. I don't know why I said tennis. I'm really good at programming. It's one of my strengths. That means that I can find a job as a programmer. and that would be an opportunity. And where can you get more experience is also an opportunity. Threats. How will your weaknesses sabotage you? How will that shyness over public speaking manage to trip you up the next time that you are looking for a job or looking for friends or just developing in your career or developing in your life? How do your weaknesses affect you? Once we're done this analysis, we're going to do a pest analysis. So pest would be political, economical, social, cultural, and technological analysis. Now, that's a bit more in depth of you focusing on your careers and your goals. And in the pest analysis, we're going to look at what political factors are affecting me. So try to look at the world around you. So pest is an external analysis. Look at the world around you and try to find out how the world around you is affecting you, your goals, and your prosperity and your development. Now, in the pest analysis, we're going to look at first policy. Is there a changing government? There is a changing government right now in Bulgaria. So I have some idea how that will affect me, and we'll see how it goes. Is there economic factors? Are we expecting the next crisis? Is Bitcoin gonna become the next just is going to replace normal currency? You know, that's economic factors. Are we expecting the wages to drop to the ground, or are we expecting the minimum wage to decrease? Those are things that concern you quite deeply, especially in your development, and it's very good to have a history of those. Social cultural. What are the demographic trends? I'm not gonna go too deep into that, but what are the demographic trends in your generation? That's good to keep an eye out on, just because that very much impacts the careers. And I've spoken to several HRs that are hiring just specific generations of people. I know it might seem unethical, but they've determined that those people are the best for their needs. So your generation or your social cultural factors can impact your career. And finally, what technological factors? What's the development of current technology? Is that affecting you at all? Are you, as Radek said, are you a big fan of augmented reality? Is that going to be the future for you? Let's say you're an automotive engineer and you will be able to look at cars in 3D right in front of you with augmented reality AR. Or does that not matter for you? Are you a writer, for example, and the technological factor doesn't matter that much to you? All of that, write it down and make your own analysis on your own current situation. It will give you a few things to think about over the course of several months as well. And once we have all of that information, we need to start analyzing our opportunities. Start making a list. Identify the opportunity, write down what factors are supporting it and what factors are opposing it. So factors can be internal or external, right? We said that. So if we have something that we're really strong at, but the opposing factor is socioeconomic or technological, as the father of Iron Man said in the movie a long time ago, this is too early for the technology of my time. So maybe that's a weakness. Maybe that's one of your opposing factors, and you need to wait a few years for that technology to develop even more. I remember thinking about a business idea that I eventually gave up on for drones, for swarm behavior. And I checked the behavior and I checked how it was developing. And it was developing, but it was not there yet. And as we all know, it's there now. but I've already missed the opportunity. I've scratched it from my list of opportunities. So make a full list of all your opportunities, what's supporting them, and what's opposing them. After you've done that, this will take a long time, by the way. After you've done that, this is your short term, is your opportunities. Now, start to make a mission for yourself. Okay, so it can be a personal mission statement, it can be a career mission statement. We're specifically talking about the career mission statement. So I would recommend doing two, one for 5 years and one for 10 years. Don't look at the minimum. You can absolutely do one for 5 years as well. And what you want to do is you want to just look into the future and imagine yourself 10 years from now. What do you intend to accomplish? Who do you intend to be after 10 years? Why do you intend to be that person? Why is it important that you are that person? What values do you want to believe in after 10 years? Do you want to change your values from what you are today? And do you feel like that will contribute to society or to other people? Or do you just care about yourself? Do you feel like that will contribute to your personal growth? What deep emotional value do you hold over this decision? Well, what's pushing you to believe that you want to be in that career, that you want to be that person? And one really important thing is, how do you want others to perceive you after 10 years? Because, we change quite a lot. And you don't want to be that eternal student person that's left behind in the past. You want the perception of others about you to change. So once we have the career goal, this is what you do after you've finished everything. So you analyze the past, you analyze the present, you make goals for the future, and we said you start making action plans. So actually, action plans should be, creating action plans. After you've done all of that, every couple of years, revise those goals and try to focus on your qualifications, update your the personal development portfolio with your new qualifications, with your new experience, with your new promotions, who you are at that point in time. And one amazing thing that you will notice is the motivational effect that you get from just looking at yourself over the course of many years, just the growth that you've experienced as a person. That's something that many people don't even realize that it's happening. And always keep the goals smart, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And this is a form for an action plan. So action plan is basically, as it says, in the next something months, in the next 5 months, I want you look at your list of opportunities. Okay, this is an opportunity for promotion. I want to be promoted, or I want this job. Okay, let's go with I want to get a job in, let's say, education. Now, this is my goal now. Then we break it down by steps. Then each step we put a date on. So I'm going to complete this. I'm going to complete this. Then from each of the obstacles that we've noted on that goal, we need to brainstorm solutions. And eventually, after you complete the action plan, you evaluate. We said the feedback loop needs to be there. You evaluate your performance. Okay. I hope that was interesting for everybody. I will, of course, link this presentation, and all of the materials will be available to you. And right now, I want to take just 1 minute, and then we'll continue with Mr. Radek. Okay, I will now hand over the board to Mr. Radek. Welcome again.
Perfect. Can you hear me well?
Yes, everything is excellent. And now we can see as well.
So my second presentation is connected to thing I was talking a little bit in the first presentation, which is Erasmus Plus, and at the end I will present a bit of the handbook, of the part of handbook which we cooperate on, and this part of the handbook is the personal testing. So firstly, talking about Erasmus Plus, since we all here met thanks to the funding of Erasmus Plus, Erasmus Plus is not really a new thing since it was established in 1987. But let's say in last 15 years, it increased in budget, it increased in number of involved participants, students, researchers, and so on. So let's say in the last 15-20 years, it became a very well-known program. And nowadays, it's considered one of the most successful program of European Union. Erasmus Plus is not just about education, it's about training, it's about youth and sport, but as well it's about art, let's say. And later on I will explain you the differences in between each topic and ways how you can use Erasmus Plus for your benefit, for your education, for improving your skills and abilities. The Erasmus Plus allows you, as you I believe already know, possibilities to study abroad or get some training, get some exchange, and as well volunteer. But that's a topic which is a little bit longer to explain, and I will be focusing on volunteering in another part of this presentation. So, among Erasmus Plus, we can have three keywords which explain Erasmus Plus. It's mobility, since usually or always during Erasmus Plus, you should be traveling to another country or another city and so on. Cooperation, because usually during the projects or cooperation in between, or like the educational projects or training projects and so on, you usually have at least two partners, which is a case of our partnership in between Czech Republic and Bulgaria. And support, since Erasmus Plus is paying vast majority of expenses. In the case of our project, it's paying close to 100% of all expenses, and therefore many projects which would face problem with budgeting can happen and can exist, and especially for the non-governmental sector, Erasmus Plus is a very beneficial program. What you can expect from you as a person while taking part in Erasmus Plus? Firstly, it's personal growth. Once you are going, and let me take a training course as an example. Training course will be explained later on, but very easily you can imagine it as 7-day training with other colleagues from different countries who have more or less same knowledge of the topic and are willing to improve themselves professionally, and as well they come to network. So obviously, if you are international team, it means you have cultural dimension. Yeah, you will have possibility to meet people not just from European Union, but as well from partner countries. For example, you can meet people from Azerbaijan or from Morocco and so on. And cooperating with those people might be for you for the first time in your life. And it might be as well interesting to understand how people or representatives of different nations, cultures are behaving, and how is the cooperation with them. And as well, later on, you can start some cooperation based on the networking you have done in during the project. Language skills, since as was said, there will be people from different countries. We are mostly using English. I have seen some projects which were just in German and just in French, but I would say more than 90% of all the projects are in English. And of course, if you are going to projects, especially it works for young people, young adults, that going to different countries, finding the way how to arrive to the venue, having to speak English for whole time, not having the support from home, or like having the support from home but only online, it might be as well for, especially for young people, it might be very beneficial. And then speaking with professional development, of course, once you are applying for a job and the HR team sees that you are going for Erasmus Plus projects, they understand that you are a person who is trying to improve himself, herself in the profession, or as well they will just see that you during your student age, you are willing to learn new things and go abroad in your free time instead of partying and wasting your time. You go and you try to learn, you try to improve your English, your soft skills, and so on. Of course, acquisition of new skills, I will be talking about it a little bit later, but especially the soft skills, which are incredibly important in today's changing world. That's exactly what you can train and what you can improve. And as was already said, networking opportunities with international partners, which means that after the project, you can start some business, some research, some whatever cooperation with your partners. So speaking about the opportunities or activities, we have study mobility. That's basically what in Czech Republic people understand under the word Erasmus. But it's not all. Study mobilities are those academical exchanges. You either go for 1 semester or 1 year to another university. You as a Czech student from Prague can go and study in Malaga, Spain, and the people from Spain can come and study in Prague. Those people, I believe, if you live or you are spending some time in a big city or university city, those are hundreds and thousands all over Czech Republic, in Bulgaria the same. So all around the Europe, we have tens of thousands Erasmus Plus study mobilities. Those are very beneficial. And as well, it has the cultural aspect for the city where the newcomers are coming, where the exchange students are coming. Then we have their joint master's degree. For instance, there is this program called Erasmus Mundus. If you are in that age, I definitely recommend you to check it. And doctoral programs as well. Some of them are international and can give you much better opportunities for your research. Then we have traineeship. At the moment, I have in my NGO, we have a trainee from Turkey. So that comes with another part of or another possible question. Is it only for people from European Union? And not. Most of the projects are even for people from non-European Union countries which are in Europe, such as Serbia, Macedonia, Albania, Turkey. Some of them are as well from Eastern Partnership countries. So traineeship, how it works, usually you go to your university, you find yourself a company, and the company sends acceptance letter, and the university pays for you. Basically, Erasmus Plus pays for your traineeship in the company. So the company is not paying you anything, but thanks to the Erasmus Plus, you have a chance to get the valuable experiences and as well to try to live abroad. Youth exchanges, those are short-term projects where usually you can meet 30 to 60 people from different countries. Those, it can be very theoretically compared to youth camps, where some of us went where we were younger. You play games, something it's more entertaining, some activities are more like serious and more educational. But for instance, requirements, there are not really requirements about the topic of the youth exchange. Each youth exchange has its topic, but basically what you have to do is just to speak English and be willing to come. On the other hand, training courses are as well short-term courses, but there you have to already prove some level of knowledge, some level of understanding the topic, because there you can expect professionals to be there, you can share your best practices, some ideas, and usually you might find people with who you continue later on working, since both of you have the same level of experiences and you are working on in the same field and you are from different countries. All of those are supported by Erasmus Plus. Usually there is not a need for you to anyhow contribute financially. Therefore, it's very inclusive, even for students, young adults from lower social economical backgrounds. It's still accessible. Then we have Erasmus Solidarity Corps that was launched in 2018, because before part of Solidarity Corps was part of Erasmus Plus, but in 2018 they decided to put it aside. And here is the volunteering, as I was mentioning before, traineeships and jobs and solidarity projects. Volunteering, how you can imagine it. There are two types. One type at home, in your hometown, which means you write volunteering projects, you and a group of other people. It's under 30 though, so that's something you have to keep in mind. You and your colleagues go and write a project, and then you can do, let's say, river cleanup or forest cleanup. You can write a project about ecology and then do those kind of activities. Then there is a second one. If in Europe is some humanitarian crisis, let's say earthquake somewhere, you can write a project and go as a team to help to the spot. Traineeship and jobs, those as well exist, but they are not that active at the moment. And solidarity projects, that's something when you about seeing the challenge or seeing something you want to change in your community. For instance, we were promoting we were fighting the anti-Semitism at schools in our region to explain youngsters that tolerance is very valuable moral thing. And based on solidarity projects are financing this kind of activities, you can as well do different things. You can as well do reconstructions of local church, whatever you think of, and as well you can get finances for all of this. Benefits of participation in Solidarity Corps. All of the projects should have social impact, which is obviously good, not just for the society, for the community, but for yourself as well, to understand the value of social impact. Personal development, of course, if you are going somewhere to help other people, or if you are helping the community, it develops you as a person. And as always, networking and recognition. If you are meeting new people, new colleagues, you are working in larger teams, you have all the time chance for networking and maybe for some future cooperation and recognition. You can get as well certificate. Yes, here are the activities. As I said, volunteering projects you can do, especially the environmental ones are very popular, and it should be focused on local communities. But as well, as I mentioned, when there is some disaster in Europe, you can go there. Jobs, you can go to, especially to NGOs. I know this quite well, and it gives you the same as during Erasmus Plus. It gives you chance to improve yourself, but this time it's more focused on social aspect. And solidarity project, as I said, active citizenship is basically the keywords I would use for social solidarity projects. How to get involved, that's very important, because very often people like to hear about Erasmus Plus and Solidarity Corps, but don't know what to do. If you are a university student and you want to go for a semester abroad, you just go to international office of your university, and There they give you the offer, or you have to find online the national agencies in each country or the country you are from. So I guess the Czech one and the Bulgarian one, and there you can find a list of NGOs who are involved in those short term, such as youth exchange and training courses. And very often, even on Facebook, you can find some offers. And as well, there is a website called Salto Youth where you can find a calendar with opportunities and apply there. For Solidarity Corps, it's a little bit different. You have to go to the link which is mentioned over there and register yourself. You will then get a ID code as a volunteer, and based on this, once you have this ID code, you can apply for volunteering and traineeship, or as a team of minimum 5 people with the code, you can write and apply a solidarity project. Good. Now we are going.
Mr. Radek, you have a couple of questions.
Okay. I hope I will then manage to. Okay. Starting. Yeah, can non-European Union citizenship participate in Erasmus? Non-European. Non-European citizens can participate in Erasmus Plus mobility activities. It's a very specific question, but if it's just about nationality, example, you are a student from Kazakhstan studying in Prague University, you as a Prague University student can go to the Malaga University the same way as a Czech student. Like there are no differences, like no discrimination. If you mean it in a way, if people from university in Almaty can come to Prague, it very depends, and in every non-EU country which is not part of Eastern Partnership, the contracts are individual. So for instance, I believe from Kazakhstan you can, but for instance, I know that from Kyrgyzstan it's not possible. So it very depends on the country, but it's not that hard to Google the situation which you are asking for, if it's like some specific question about your friend or anything. And how many countries are currently participating in our European Solidarity Corps? There are so far we have there the European Union countries and the Turkey. I believe it should be as well later on Serbia and North Macedonia, but as far as of my last knowledge, they cannot still apply for those projects. So Erasmus Plus is basically more open. The European Solidarity Corps, it's still, since it's starting for is just 6th year, it's not that spread as Erasmus Plus. Good. Can you see my presentation still?
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Perfect. So yes. So coming to the handbook. The handbook.
Can you just give me 10 seconds, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So continuing with the handbook. The handbook, I believe most of you already downloaded the handbook, so you know what you have seen there. But my part of presentation of what we have prepared in the handbook is the career orientation test, which we have prepared since especially for many people after finishing high school, university, or basically for everyone who starts their career and they apply for a job especially in big corporations, they can be asked to do this kind of testing, which might be confusing, which might be stressful, because usually you don't really have much of idea of what you can expect from those tests. So therefore, career orientational test is part of the handbook, and I will present you a bit briefly. I'll present you what can you expect. So what's the definition of the career orientational test? It's basically a test which helps you to gain insight into your interests, skills, values, and personalities. And those, based on the results, you can then see the good potential career choice. You can see it, and the HR team of the company which you apply to, they can see it as well. Therefore, it's beneficial.
Sorry to interrupt you. We don't see the handbook itself. If it's on your screen, just so you know, we still see
No,
the
I'm
presentation.
showing still the PowerPoint. You see the PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see how to get involved.
No, so it did again. Okay. I have to do it once again then. One second. And now?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, perfect. So the tests are not only for you as individual, but as well for the company, since their HR team can see your results and think and analyze the result and see if you are the fit for the position. So the purpose, as I was just saying, is to identify suitable career paths. And for you as well, it might be a good feedback of yourself to maybe start thinking about different career paths than you thought. There are more types of career tests. I have decided to present you just 3 of them. First one is about your interests. So in this test, what you are feeling are the questions connected to your preferences regarding jobs, regarding different fields, I don't know, such as economy, ecology, and so on. And it's basically a very very common test. It's not very individual test. Yeah, it's not very specific one. Then we are coming to personality assessment. This test is much more specific, and it's much more about you, about how you are deep inside you, who you are. And this one is especially beneficial for young people to understand their strengths, and maybe they are believing in that something is their strength, or on the other hand weakness, since during the educational process they did not have chance to somehow develop this skill or this part of their personality, but based on the test it might be their strength. So this is definitely something I'm recommending to everyone. And skill and abilities, this is already more connected to the specific job you are applying. So what are the benefits of career test? Because obviously it has to have benefits, otherwise it would be just waste of your time. So self-awareness, as I was saying, once you see those results, you can just think of, okay, maybe I was understanding myself a little bit differently. Maybe I was not, because for someone to do self-evaluation is very hard. Maybe this can be even part of like the self-evaluation of your interests or parts of your personality. So that's a very interesting one. Then about decision making, because based on the orientation test, you can do better decision making. Once you see, if you are thinking that you will go to work on a specific position, but based on the tests, you are absolutely not a match, maybe you may rethinking or think deeper on it about it. And more information you always have is better for your decision to make. As well, it can help you to find new paths, because again, based on the results, especially of the skill and abilities test, you can find that your skills are matching even within the same company but a different position. Yeah, so it can help you in this, and it might build your confidence as well. If you see that something in which you believe in yourself and even the test is proving that in that part you are right, it can build your confidence and you may feel even stronger in this field. So, what do you expect when you are taking the career orientation test? This is something which I believe should every student see at least once in his her life, not to be stressed. But usually nowadays you will be completing online questionnaires. Those very often they are time limited, or you have time limit on every question or on set of questions. That varies. You will be answering some questions, but very often they are pre-selected. Let's say you have to choose out of 5 options, you have to choose one. And yes, and it will be most probably connected directly to the job you are applying to. What can you do with results? You will be receiving detailed result about yourself, which is something again which you have to go through to better understand yourself, and it can help you significantly for your future. You can find some potential career paths which you would never expect. And based on the test, that's something which is especially valuable for people right after the university, because very often, especially in Czech Republic, we have career consultancy as a part of university. With those tests, you can go back to your career consultant, and even if they do not accept you for a job, you can go with the result and discuss what might be the correct path for you. So there are some tips for maximizing your experience. While doing all those tests, just be honest and open-minded, yeah? Because if you are trying to fake it, first of all, those tests are long enough to find out that you are lying to them. And once the HR see the results, and among the results they see that you are lying, obviously they will not want to hire this kind of person. Being open-minded again. Then seek guidance as well. You don't have to seek guidance before taking the test. Before taking the test, it's good just at least to understand what will be going on. But after you have the results, and if you have this opportunity, and as I said, at the universities, it's very often for free. You can go and check with the professional what might be your career path. Just do it if you have this opportunity. And for the third time in a row, saying just use the results wisely is not just a piece of paper, it's a paper which might help you in your future very significantly, and therefore you should act like it's a significant thing. Yes, and as I said, while I'm talking about it, the test is part of our handbook. And what can you find in this chapter of our handbook? You can find detailed infos about career tests, about the different types, why they are created in this way, and so on. Then we have kind of expanded mock test, I would say. There are more than 30 questions, I believe, and it was prepared by our team. The good thing about this test is that you can make the test, which will help you to understand what kind of questions you can expect in reality. But as well, once you finish, you can do the self-evaluation. You will see the results. Yeah, there is a way how to find the result of your tests. Yeah, so at the end, you have the chance to see what kind of questions you can expect in reality, and based on your answers, you can expect to get some result. Yes, there are some another tools for self-reflection which are mentioned that, and especially again coming back, once you try our mock test, you will better understand what you can expect once you go for your interview. And that's it from me. If I will check now if there are some more questions, if it will allow me.
I don't think so. I didn't see anybody. Oh no, there are.
Yes. Are there any potential drawbacks or limitations of using career orientation test? I don't really think there is any limitation. Of course, what I do not recommend is to do too many tests, because online you may find different tests, and if you make more than 10 tests a day, it might give you different results. I suggest maybe to do one to three maximum orientational tests, because if you have way too many different results, it might be just confusing for you.
Okay, thank you, Radek, for that presentation. And right now, what I want to do, just to finish off this part of our event, what I want to do is just share a part of the handbook with you guys. I don't know if you can see me. Let me see. Can you see my screen? It should be visible.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Lovely. So, the first part of our handbook, this is the handbook, by the way. It's available on our website. It's available in Bulgarian and Czech as well. Other than English, is the career orientation test, and we believe this is the first step that you take. The second part of our handbook is a list of platforms. So once you've decided on a career, our way of thinking is you should start training. And here is what we have. So each platform, these all are online education platforms, international ones, Bulgarian ones, and Czech ones. So there is a short description of the platform, what languages are available, or although we've listed between Bulgarian, Czech, and English only. We didn't check for every other language. How to enroll in the platform, what the studying process is, what you should prepare for, and what kind of certificate that platform can offer. So all of these platforms are pretty well known in certain circles. However, what we found is that many of them are not known to people in our countries. That's why we really wanted to show them out there and show their potential. So this is just a short description, one page per platform, and you can see even Harvard is here, and you can find amazing opportunities. So that's our way of thinking. Make sure to download the handbook and enjoy it. And finally, after you've completed your training, what we've done is we've done a short guide on how to prepare a CV. So this is a 10-step guide, although it has 11 points. It's a 10-step guide giving professional tips and tricks from our educators as well as several HR experts on how to create a good CV. So I'll just go through the main points. I don't want to discuss everything in detail, just because if you want more information, download our guide and make sure to leave a good review, of course. So step one would be to gather all the information that you need. So that would be your personal information, your professional, and your study information, your education information. Then you got to pick the best resume format. You have no idea how important this is. Many people keep using wrong formats, and the HRs just throw them in the bin. They don't even look at them. So make sure you pick the correct resume format. All the resume formats, the most famous ones or the most widely used ones, are here. Then adding the contact details. Oh, look at this lovely fellow. Adding the contact details, we've given you detailed tips and tricks on how to create a good format for your CV and which information to provide, which information is not necessary. Here we've added additional quotes throughout the entire section from HR specialists from different sectors in Bulgaria, the US, and in Czechia. Then you write a summary. Whether you do or don't is up to you. Many HRs say that they're useless, but however, it doesn't hurt your chances. We've given you good examples and bad examples. Then the work history section. Of course, we've provided examples, and here we come back to what we've been talking about to make sure that you list everything in a very this is important throughout the entire CV, so I want to pause and say it. Make sure you list everything in a very measurable way. So here you see I worked on a lot of projects, successfully designed and oversaw 12 projects over the course of 3 years. Then create a skills section. This is tips and tricks on how to organize your skills, which keywords to use, a list of how to do your education. Of course, this section also tells you which articles you can exclude, not only which ones you should include. Relevant certifications, if you have any, of course. And finally, optional sections that you can add to your CV. And most important, proofread the final product so that you make sure that there are no mistakes. And in the end, what we have added is a list of action verbs. What we found is that many people they use make and do way too much in their CVs. And as we said, in order to have measurable and describe the action well, you need to use action verbs. So instead of I did 3 projects, you can say I designed 3 projects, or I completed 3 projects, or I coordinated 3 projects. That's more or less our handbook. It's not super long, it's just 63 pages long. And we hope that you find it as a very effective tool, and it helps you in the future. Okay, so that was everything for our event so far. However, whoever wants to stay and discuss or has additional questions or wants to discuss things with us, they're welcome to. We thank you very much for attending. And yeah, in about 5 minutes we'll come back. We'll split the chat room into several rooms, and you can join each room and talk to each other or talk to us. Thank you very much, and yes, we'll hope you remain with us.